Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome to January 2nd of 2024. It is Tuesday, it is New Year, a new stream, but I still have work to do. So, here we are. Today, the plan is to have some space on my stream for me to do some busy work that I need to do for my Refugee to Regent project, while also trying to entertain you guys by trying to manage no fewer than 5 idle clicker games at the same time. Some will get a little bit more attention than others. But before I get into that, I would like to say thank you to the people who are able to help support my channel through Patreon and other means, and make it so that things can run smoothly and help me to be able to, at the very least, break even when it comes to the costs of, getting Streamlabs Ultra so I can multi-stream, Dinobot Premium or Ultra or whatever it's called for the Discord, all that kind of stuff. That stuff costs money, and without the help from you guys, I would probably not be able to even come close to covering it. So thank you ever so very much to Elmaze11, Zogma Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and XBlaze Ninja Zero. Speaking of the Discord and XBlaze Ninja Zero, if I can find my button, there we go. We have summoned another dad joke, as is the custom of our land. Here we go. Ben and Jerry's really need to improve their operation. The only way to get there is down a rocky road. That's stretching it, but it'll pass. The dad joke of the day. So, update from yesterday's stream. Twitch does not like the attribution-free music that comes and is allowed to be played on any, I checked, any platform that I got from YouTube. They supply it as free music. Twitch doesn't like that music, not all of it. Some of it, I don't know which ones, because they're muted. Hooray. I could go back and watch both the YouTube VOD and the Twitch VOD at the same time and try to line it up, but you know what? I don't care. The VOD works just fine in the place where it's meant to, and that is the home channel on the YouTubes. So, let's see here. Minimize the Discord. There we go. By the way, if you would like to join the Discord and our community of lurkers and meme sharers and video watchers, then I have a link down in the description for you to come nerd out. All you have to do is pick a role when you get there, and you'll be able to stay put with the rest of us. I'm trying something a little bit new today. I have popped out both the YouTube and the Twitch chats over to my other monitor and squashed things around so that I have space for doing things and seeing the chat. Also, hello Johnny and Mentex. Hello Mentex, long time no see. So, what is on the agenda for today? Let me tell you. It is a lot of busy work, and I really do mean busy work, because I have a lot to try to cover. Not just that I want to demonstrate for the stream, but also stuff that I need to take care of as much as possible today. Because I was hoping to get all this done by the end of last year, and I don't know who I thought I was fooling by setting that goal, but I sure did try, and I got close, but there's still a little bit more work to do. So let's bring up everything. Let's bring up the black screen of nothing. Oh, wrong one. I have added a break-even counter, and it is strategically placed on this stream to cover a certain part of one of the games. I have done the math in order to be able to cover a year's worth of Streamlabs and a year's worth of Dinobot. After the fees that get taken out, that is the monthly goal, how much I need to be getting every month to be able to keep multi-streaming and to keep having Dinobot. Dinobot will take precedence no matter what. If the multi-stream doesn't earn enough, then I won't be multi-streaming for 2025. We'll see. I am probably going to change this to be instead of month by month, I'm probably going to just change it to a year and just have it be the here's 200 for a year thing. We'll see how that goes. But anyway, let's summon the first game in the top left. Where's my Steam? There we go. It is called the Unnamed Space Idol. Except it's called Space Idol. It's a misnomer. It's not unnamed. It is in fact named. And let's see what this looks like. Unnamed Space Idol. Here we go. There's a little ship. I've upgraded it since the last stream. Ooh. Can make quite a few purchases there. And where is the prestige? There we go. I've gone from cruiser to heavy cruiser, 2 more guns. Actually, I think I added a gun and a shield. And cannon, whatever, laser. But these just shoot at the little ships as they come down. I am in an area where it is hard for me to advance. So right now I'm just, you know, as you do in an idle game, I'm idling. So that's this, and that's going to be living up here in the top left corner. Next, let me summon from my library here, Mr. Mine. Mr. Mine's a little game where you slowly but surely mine your way down to and through the bottom of the world. And I have things to sell right off the bat. I have things to gather. I have some scientists that need to be sent back out on missions. I have more loot to gather here. Let's just take it all. Let's go into this little cave and send out the little drone. Send you out. Send the magnetic drone out so it can pull everything in. I'll send a drone out to here. And I'll send a drone out to here. There we go. I have 54 fuel left. Can't send anything else out. So these things will just do their own stuff whilst I am working, and I've already completed the quest. There we go. And this particular game is probably going to be largely ignored, but every once in a while something pops up that I do have to interact with it from time to time, including if I come up here, I need to open an ethereal chest. Ooh. Sure. Okay. Make room. Who do I not need? Oh, he's already selling it. Scrap him. Alright, cool beans. I already have a Gustavo. Excellent. Now let's convert some chests up to gold chests. There we go. Close that. Come back down here. Go to this and go down here. Okay. So that is Mr. Mine. Next, let's see here. What was in the top right? Which one was it? It was, I believe, time clickers? Let's see here. Open the library. Come over to time clickers. Click on play. Lag my computer for a nanosecond. And here we have time clickers. These entities made of blocks pop up. They get explodified by the multiple little lasers and rockets and stuff down here. And I slowly earned the upper tier currencies of time cubes and weapon cubes. And then I time warp, which is the prestige for this game, start all the way back over at the beginning with some new stats using these different perk trees. And there we go. I can make a weapon cube purchase right there. And it just does this all the time. And I slowly progress. I'm close to getting a couple achievements. I just got one recently. I think regarding upgrading the pistol, cannon, rifle launcher, and particle ball. But yeah, this is just going to do its little thing. I am going to make the sound show up for when the little rainbow ball appears. And I'm going to put this over on this monitor here. Next, I have, and that's in the top right there. Next, I have Idol Slayer. This will be center right. Oh, I forgot to make this a full screen thing. Let's see here. There we go, Idol Slayer. Let's turn the sound on so this guy can be interesting to listen to while I am working today. There we go. And I just go through and collect coins and gems and slay enemies and do quests. Right now I have quests that none of them are really here. I mean, I could use the boosts, but I'm not going to be focusing on this too much. Let's see if I can warp over to the frozen fields. There it is. Now I can get some snow yetis. I need 200 snow yetis, or young yetis, but I need to take them out with arrows. But at least we're in the right zone. That's nice. That's nice. And this is Idol Warrior, or Idol Slayer, I mean. As you get kills, you get soul points that you can redeem when you ascend, and then Slayer points, and then you spend the Slayer points on this ever-growing tree of abilities and things. The blue background ones are ones that I got during my last ascension, my super ascension or ultra ascension or whatever it's called. I guess I'm almost caught up to where I was when I ascended last time. And now I get to start making these purchases soon. This is Idol Slayer. It's just going to be here making little noises in the background while I work. Get some little bonus things going there. So let's come back over here and put you there. And you can see that in the bottom of the Idol Slayers where I've hidden the progress bar. So it's out of the way. And then lastly, we have, as the final player in the bottom right, a game that I have played an awful lot and will continue to enjoy probably until the end of time. It is called Cell to Singularity, and And right now there's an event going on called Fungus Amongus. And bring up the thing. There we go. And I am going to try to get the last 3 of these little notches up here in the top. Let me put it over on this monitor. There we go. Doesn't need to be on the right screen. Not everything does. In the top center, there's a little slice of pizza with a progress bar and 3 notches remaining. Those 3 notches are these 3 objectives, and I need to achieve those. In fact, let's start making progress towards that. There we go. It takes forever to be able to click out of the little animation. Don't like it. Alright, that will do its own thing. And looks like I will be getting moldy food as an advancement, or a research next. But that's going to be a while. And so there are the 5 games I'm going to be having run while I am working today. But it's not the work that I'm going to be doing. The work that I'm going to be doing is, for my channel, I am going to be doing the Refugee to Regent challenge in Minecraft, but it's not going to be vanilla Minecraft, and it's also not going to be modded Minecraft. Well, I mean, technically there's a couple mods in there for performance and all that kind of stuff, but the twist that I'm doing is, instead of mods, I'm doing data packs. Data packs are the new thing, and while they are inferior to mods insofar as instead of running on their own, they pretend to be their own thing by running what's effectively a whole bunch of command blocks all the time, so they can tank your system if you're not careful. There are some interesting things in the data packs that I rather enjoy, and so that is what I will be focusing on for the Refugee to Regent challenge. But the Refugee to Regent challenge itself, oh, there's the bubbles. The Refugee to Regent challenge itself is honestly a bit of a mess. It has gone through many incarnations over the years. You can find some of it on the Wayback Machine. The old files, well, not even all of those. Wayback Machine's only so good. And there's a newer wiki that I think they stopped updating the wiki in, I don't know, about version 1.14, maybe 1.16. I don't think 1.16 though. I think it was before that. But shortly stated, it is out of date. All of the wikis, all of the everything for the Refugee to Regent, they're out of date. There's no lush biome stuff. There's no extra build height. There is no deep slate. There's no warden. There's no skulk. There's none of that new stuff. And so I wanted to get set up so that moving into the challenge, I already had a roadmap for when I needed to do the main stuff for each step. Now, the way the challenge goes, let me bring up the... Where do we have it? Zimdocs? Is that not... there we go. The Zim documents, the way it's divided is you start with the dirt hovel stage. You're not allowed to use tools. You're supposed to be getting everything by hand, and you're supposed to build houses out of dirt and clay and that sort of thing. And then you reach some requirements, some minimum criteria. And this is a combined criteria that I have merged from all the different versions of the challenge, and I'm trying to refine. But once you meet all these criteria, you get to move on to the wood settlement stage. Wood settlement, you get to start using wood tools, and there are new requirements and new limitations. During the first dirt stage, you can't go any further down than 10 blocks under the surface. And now wood settlement stage, you can go 20 blocks under the surface. That's not wide 20, that's below the surface. If you're building on a mountain, you still can only go down 10 blocks. But then, once you get to the stone stage, the stone hamlet stage, you finally get to go all the way down to Y level 30, and you get to use stone tools, and build with stone, and make glass, and all kinds of things like that. Then you graduate from that to the iron stage, where you get to use, as you might guess, iron tools, and in the original, during the iron stage, you could finally go all the way to bedrock, but bedrock has moved. So what I'm having as a rule set for the iron stage is you go all the way down to where bedrock was at the top of the deep slate, and that's it. Once you get to deep slate, you can't go anymore. But you can gather anything that you find up above it. You can't use diamond yet, but you can start using gold for some things. Obviously, if you find gold early on, breed horses and donkeys, because gold is necessary for that. But if you can't find any, that's okay. But by the time you start getting gold, you are expected to start breeding horses. Excuse me. Choking on my soul here. So now I have started adding a little bit more detail to it once you move on to the gold stage. In order to accommodate for the way the progression on average was trending, I have decided that during the gold stage, it's called gold, and when you cover something with gold, it's called gilding. During the challenge, you're supposed to go from schools to eventually guilds. And I figured this is the perfect time to implement guilds. And because gold is royalty, this is also the perfect time to set all of the people who want to be head in the clouds, barons and dukes and lords and things. I'm going to give them their own little floating city in the sky. So that's going to be the theme for that. But also during the gold stage is when I am going to be allowing the digging all the way down to the new bedrock layer and starting to use deep slate and that sort of stuff. Especially because one of the data packs that I've included is called the Explorers Guild, and the very first mission that you need to do is to bring back, I think, 4 Skulk Catalyst, and you can't get that easily above the deep slate. I mean, there's some, but if you happen to have Silk Touch, then cool. But also during the stage, the only 2 real mods that I've added as far as helping things along, I've added Nature's Compass for helping to find biomes, and I've added, oh, what's it called? Oh, Structure Compass. It's right there. What happened? Structure Compass. And that lets you find structures, including the Explorers Guild. And these are also necessary because during the stage I've made it set up so that at this point you should have representation for every kind of plant, every kind of tree, every kind of animal, every kind of mineral that you can get your hands on. This is the point where you are you're finishing up the getting prepared and you're actually going into it. Now, keep in mind, throughout all these stages, you're gaining population, you're building houses, you're building town centers, you're building jobs, you're building military, and you're building all kinds of stuff. And so up to this point, I haven't, during the challenge, I haven't really focused on it much. So at this point, I'm also, because of the addition of crime lords during this stage, I'm also adding criminal outliers and other criminal elements. And from now on, there is going to be a new town of criminals or new outpost or whatever added every single stage. Now I'll tell you what these numbers are going to be here in a minute, but I wanted to just go through this shortly. The Redstone Stage in the original version is when you were supposed to start using redstone and contraptions and mods that were kind of techy. And bubbles. ADHD, hooray! So, with the addition of the techie stuff, you have the obviously the ability to use redstone contraptions natively, but I've included some data packs that are like the tech mods, mechanization, simple energy, stuff like that, that I'm going to start using soon enough. And also, there are lift mechanics, hot air balloons, gravel processor, and this thing called bonsai plants. Next stage. Oh, I should mention the newer version of the challenge has no mention of the redstone stage. Redstone, lapis, and glowstone are all folded into one big conglomeration, and it happens way too fast, and I don't like it. So I'm going to stick with the original 11 stages, plus the post stages polish section, but we'll get to that in a bit. But the original is the only thing that exists even in the Wayback Machine for the challenge for the Redstone Discovery stage, so that's where I'm basing a large amount of my information for this. Then it moves on to the Lapis stage, and this is where you start to use magic and enchanting and stuff. Any magic mods that you would have, Thumbcraft, Ars Magica, Botania, oh, what else was there big at the time? Witchery, I think Witchery was one of the bigger ones. Anyway, you start using the magic mods during the Lapis stage. I have enough stuff related to enchanting that I figure it is worthwhile to have this as its own stage. I mean, I was going to do it anyway, but now I can set it aside and have its own goals. And my outliers that I'm building during these stages are going to reflect what's going on. Next comes the glowstone stage. This is when you were supposed to actually start populating the nether originally. And you could get into the nether during the redstone and lapis and maybe even the gold stage, but this is the point where you are supposed to start populating the nether and gathering nether resources. This level is going to be rather nether focused, but you still have to keep up with all the rest of the stuff you're doing outside of the nether. Then we have the end game stuff. Emerald phase, you've been to the nether, and now you're starting to do the really hyper advanced technology stuff. You get that going, you're starting to expand even further, use better meta materials, tier 2 and maybe even tier 3 stuff in your machines. Then the diamond stage, you have already, during the emerald stage, you have found the end portal and probably even popped your head in, and if you popped your head in, surely you've beaten the dragon, but if not, you have to at this stage. You have to populate the end, you have to do the different end-related objectives, but they don't have any mention of chorus. This is, both of these were before chorus even existed, so I'm still having to refine information. Anyway, as a matter of fact, during the Diamond Capital, they only have this much information. This was Main goals for the stage: defeat the Ender Dragon. There was an object 2 here. I moved it to this front page, and then it says colonize the end. Here's the objective: build a diamond beacon in your capital. Okay, not a lot of information there. I'm fleshing everything out and giving purpose to the stages, and I'll cover that in a bit. And then finally, in the main phase of the 11 stages of building your kingdom up, is the Nether Star Imperium. At this point, you have a massive capital city. You have no fewer than a dozen outlying cities, lots of mouths to feed, lots of animals, lots of roads, lots of places to go. But with my data packs, I have a few extra things. So, like for instance, during the diamond stage, I've added one called the other side, and it makes it so that you can go and populate a skulk dimension that is based on the stronghold, not the stronghold, the ancient city. That's what it's called. Thanks, brain. Uh-oh, I lost my button. There it is. Okay. So, as you can see, not a lot of information in here because I haven't filled it in yet. And then finally, during the Nether stage, like I was saying, you've got the kingdoms, and I am also including a data pack where I get to explore the stars. And this is the main crux of the lore for me doing this Refugee to Regent challenge. And it will be, the objective will be to finally get back to the stars. Oh boy. The Newen Towns also has some extra dimensions, and these will be getting started in the later stages as well. Now, on that note, let me bring this up here. This is the Spreadsheet of Doom. So much information. I'm trying to figure out how many and of what I need every stage along the way for the entire challenge. Mostly this is focusing on population, and at the bottom of this page I have begun listing the things that I need for items to be stored based on averages over the span of the challenge. I have put together an actual growth instead of them mentioning, okay, at this point you need this much, and then at this point you need this much, and that's all they mention. I extrapolated out and made numbers match, and interestingly, with what little information there was for some of these objects, it actually has some sensible progression. I also have colors of sheep. It doesn't go past 16 because there aren't any colors past 16 colors. So, what all this means here is I am doing the challenge on strictly the hardcore. It doesn't make any sense to do it on normal or fast track, largely because there isn't complete information for normal or fast track for the whole challenge, but also because during the span of the challenge there is just inconsistency throughout, and after a certain point any mention of normal or fast track just stops. It's all gone. So it doesn't make any sense to try to keep on top of it, so I'm not gonna. I'm just doing hardcore, and I'm just turning it down a smidge, lowering the numbers just a teeny tiny bit. Ooh, bubble sound. Come over here, click on that, and that's gonna happen so much. I do want to figure out why this window isn't... there we go. Now I can see it. Now I can't see that. There's that. There's this. Ta-da, and ta-da. Can I grab the corner? of this window. There we go. You can't see what I'm doing, but I clicked on things. Made some movement happen. Oh boy. Alright. So anyway, here's the dirt stage. I need new expert population, and the way it's divided is there are 3 tiers of population. There's the people who are absolutely destitute and desperate. Those are the basic population, or the slums, or whatever they're called in the different stages. They have different words for different stages and different versions of the challenge. I'm normalizing it to one thing. I'm calling it expert, advanced, and basic. Simplified, nice, and easy. For every 1 expert house, you add 1 expert population, or for every 1 advanced house, you add 2 population. And for every 1 basic house, you add 3 population. Or you can divide it into 3 tiny little slums, but it's 3 population for every 1 gain in the basic. 2 population gained for every 1 in the advanced, and 1 population gained for every 1 in the expert. And so during the dirt stage, I gain 5 main population and 1 military. He's called a sheriff. And down here, pre-farm population, food planted per population 1. So I need to have 6 crops planted. Thankfully, I have one of those people being a farmer, but there isn't really farming during the dirt stage. It's what you can get your hands on, and you can eat rotten flesh if you need to, steal from villagers, that sort of thing. But during the dirt stage, you're meant to just be arriving and surviving as best you can. Then, let's see here. This is the point of contention that I had been trying to do the math for a long time, and I finally figured out a way to do it. Not only do you need to have food planted for your people, you also need to have food planted for your animals. And the food planted needs to have farmers that go with it. And the amount of food production for a farmer maximum is 2 fields of those 9x9 fields with 1 water in the center. So 160 crops. Doesn't matter if it's wheat, carrots, potatoes, beetroots. Doesn't matter. Food is food. But you need to have a certain amount as per the guidelines for different stages. As it goes up, let's see here. During the first stage, you need to find. You don't even have yourself planted, but you need to find 1 food per person planted. During the wood stage, you can plant your own food. You get a wooden hoe. If you can find a bucket, use it, obviously. And if you can find 3 iron ingots, you're allowed to craft a bucket at this stage, just for the purposes of farming. Stone stage, if you don't have a bucket by now, make a bucket. And then iron stage, come on, we need food. Let's have a bucket. So, in order to keep up with the amount of crops that you need, during the first stage it's 6, during the second stage it's 199, during the third stage it's 747 crops planted, and during the third stage it's 2,108 crops planted. You need to have 14 farmers. So then I have the amount of farmers that I need for all the crops. That's all covered. Is even adding a couple in the first stage or 2. This blue section is non-farmers from the agricultural outlier, and I'll cover the outliers a little bit better here in a second. But the very first outlier I make, the very first city that I make attached to my kingdom, is going to be agriculture. It's going to be farming. because I don't want all the farms to be in my capital city, taking up space. I need the population living in the capital city. So the food production is going to be made off-site. It's going to be grown in some remote farm fields elsewhere out of the way. And I have an entire outlier that's just going to be dedicated to it. So I can produce enough food. 15 is bigger than 14. 5 is the same as 5. During this stage, I will have 2 farmers. 29 is bigger than 25. And all the way down, I have more farmers than I need for making crops. And that's great. But I also need to have ranchers to cover the amount of livestock that I have to have. So out of the rest of the agricultural people, these are the leftovers. So during, say, this stage here, I have 15 farmers, or 15 agriculture. 14 of them are farmers, and then I have 1 left over. But I need 4 left over in order to have the 4 ranchers that I need. And so for the entire challenge, these are my only trouble areas. But it's not a problem, because this doesn't take into account that in my capital city, I'm going to be having no fewer than 4 ranchers. So this -3, -3, -2, -1, they're taken care of. This was my only problem that I had the whole time I was worried about it. Obviously, when you have a high population and you need to have farmers planting crops for that population, those farmers need to eat too, and you start getting a lot of farmers needed. During this stage, you need 129 farmers. That's 129 more mouths to feed. So you need farmers just to feed the farmers. So that's why I made one of my outliers just be agricultural, so I could count them as part of the production population. So that's that. Down here I have the total number of animals needed per stage, and the total food needed per animal per stage. I keep track of the population in my outliers. Oh, that's supposed to be a 0. Oh, is that? There we go. I have no new outliers for the first 2 stages. The second stage, I have 1 new outlier with a population of 5, and then the outlier populations just start blossoming. My capital military, I have new members in my capital military. I have 1 sheriff, then I have 3 watchmen and 6, I forgot what they're called, militia or something like that. And it just goes up from there. Bubbles. And it's a self-popping bubble. Hooray! Then the total new population added for the capital military, the main population is dealt with on another line. I didn't need to move that down here. And so total population for everything is 6, and then 21 for this stage. New mouths to feed each stage: 40, 63, 117, 167, and it just goes crazy from there. So I have been doing a lot of busy work for this. These are, this red area, these are where I begin my outliers. And I'll be covering those now. During the stone stage is when you make your first outlier. I have 1 new outlier, and it is agricultural. And that's going to cover all the food. During the next stage, I have the mining. I'm going to have a dwarven outlier, and I also have a military outlier, so I've got 2 outliers. Then I have in the gold stage the guild outlier, the sky city, and then I have the criminal outlier, the first criminal outlier. I don't know if I'm going to go pirates, assassins, thieves, smugglers. I don't know yet. I will decide when I get there. I will have plenty of time. The next stage, I build for the Redstone Stage. I build the first new in town establishment. It is not going to have a population that counts towards everything else because it's going to be its own self-sustained thing. I have not included those numbers because, namely, I don't know the numbers. And second, it would be ridiculous to build a new house for every new mouth to feed and grow this new in town. And if you know what mine colonies is like, that's what new in town is. It doesn't scale well with population growth. So it is its own thing. But I'm also going to be having a a factory outlier. And then every stage is going to have its own new criminal outlier. Lapis stage is where I'm going to be building an entire outlier, a whole city dedicated to just the temples. There's going to be what's called cubism or something like that religion. It needs a little bit more fleshing out. So I'm going to refine that a bit, and by this time I will have it fully refined, but this is when I'm making a city dedicated just to the temples. I'm also going to be having an outlier called the Great Library, where I'm going to be keeping all of these wonderful books that I'll be getting over the course of the challenge. Next is the Glowstone stage. I'll be building my own outlier in the Nether, and there's also a new in town Nether city to build. During the Emerald stage, I will be building an outlier around or over the stronghold, as well as an outlier in the Skulk dimension. During the Diamond stage, I will be building my own end city outlier. Grab a drink here. As well as the new in town end outlier. Let's see here. Then, during the Nether Star Imperium, the final stage of the first 11 parts of the city building challenge, I will be finally colonizing the moon, and I will start the new in town desert expansion. And if that's the last stage, then what's all this? Well, just because I've started a town during the stage doesn't mean it gets to stop at a population of 2. So I have to also finish growing these out to a reasonable size, and I might truncate some of the populations, but a lot of these are needed to continue all the way up so the numbers all make sense. So during the next stage, I will also be starting 3 new outliers, 1 on Mars, 1 in the new in town ocean dimension, and 1 more military one. I might also include the crime one there. I haven't decided yet. But this is the outline of when I'm starting the outliers. Now, for the total populations for my entire whole challenge, by the time everything is done, by the time I'm done with the Nether Star Imperium stage, my kingdom will have 2,296 people in it. Ooh, bubbles. That's a lot. Some of these will be, about a third of them will be all living together in 1 house per 3 population, but it's still going to be a significant amount of structures built just for housing. But my kingdom will continue growing as time goes on. By the end of the entire challenge, I will have a kingdom population of 8,888 people, as well as a couple thousand livestock. I am going to be very busy for the next couple of years. But in order to make it so that I know what I need to do and when, so I'm not having to read through all of, let's see here, all of this nonsense. Where's the button? There it is. And try to make heads or tails out of all these outlines of information. I am refining my information here into a much simplified version of all of the challenges combined into one neat little package. In order to do that, though, I also had to do one other thing. And that is, I was tired of rolling dice to figure out how many people I needed to add each time. So I wrote some code. This is using what's called an Autoit Script. I am using the interface SCITE. It is basically a script writing interface that keeps track of different kinds of things, like stuff in quotes turns red, commands turn blue, variables are this color here, comments get turned green. I don't know how well the green shows up, but there we go. So what I've done is in order to have the variables, you have to declare them in some fashion at some point. So since I can't declare them during a function, I have to declare them outside. So I have some global variables. These are for passing some variables to the function and get the information back. I then have some more local ones that are being used for writing the output. I then have some scaling so that if I want to do the hardcore, I set this to 5. If I want to do normal, I set it to 3. If I want to do a fast track, I set it to 1. Or, in the case of how I've decided to do it, the main capital is going to be set to 5. The outliers are going to be set to 2, or 3 rather, and the criminal is going to be set to 1. 1 in 5 population will be the criminal quantity. Then I have an offset here. This lets me have different options for when I start, so that if I wanted to start after the Nether Star Imperium stage, I could have the numbers begin at stage 12 and go up. And then this just is a continuation of that for min max on my little loop here. This loop is the main loop for the program. There's not much to this program, only that much. But what it does is it runs the 11 stages through the function to roll the dice. This here gives the weight to the values. So if I am doing the number of the scaling up here, if I'm doing it at 3, then this says, okay, do normal difficulty for whatever stage you're on. Then it runs the function that I've called roll it and passes it the upper val variable here. It rolls the dice down here inside the function. Not much to the function, it just rolls the dice. It rolls, let's see here, for the 3 different difficulties. As a matter of fact, I need to do this. Semicolon 3 because expert, advanced, basic. There we go. And then it adds a count to how many of the expert, advanced, and basic there are, and then it gives that information back to the main loop, which the main loop takes that information here, here, and here, adds it to the end of this variable here as a big string of information. Then once all the rolling is done, it adds one more bit of stuff to each of those 3 lines. Basically, character return line feed, it hits enter at the end of the line. So it's not one big line of stuff. And then finally, it writes it to the console. Why console? Because message box does funny things. Okay, Bubbles, I know. You're persistent. Thank you. I will show you what the message box issue is that I'm running across. I'll just run the script. It spits data out in the bottom down here. That's where I gather my information. But then I was running into the problem because I didn't make my own GUI. Instead of having 11 headings all the way across, it has 7 headings and then 4 wrap around. And also you can't select anything from this, so I need to refine this, because I also plan on making code so that if someone wants to do this challenge, they can just say, I want it on this difficulty, and run it, and it spits out how many they need for each stage in order to grow. Because let me tell you, trying to keep track of all that as you go through the challenge itself is a nightmare. I've done this challenge enough times to know that keeping track of what you need to do and when is the hardest part. Yes, there's a lot of building. The building is not hard. You just need materials, and even boxes of buildings will work. It's knowing how many box buildings you need that's the hard part. So this comes back to, let me go back over to this thing here. This comes back over to this. This information here comes from this tab. And on this tab, I have every new individual population for each stage along the way. And every time you start a new outlier, it begins in its own little dirt stage. Now, if you begin it during your main capital's stone stage, you can build the dirt hovels. You can build them to stone level quality, but you only have to do the dirt level population. During the wood stage, you can do whatever the current technology is of your capital. You can do that in the wood stage of any of these. You don't have to just use wood. It's just a guideline for the population. But for every single outlier, this is the agricultural, this is the mining outlier. I don't really need to expand too much on this one because I'm going to be having my own stone production anyway. This is the military outlier. All these different things have their own little weights. There isn't really a need for royalty after the gold stage of your capital anyway, so there's no point in me going too far past the gold stage. So this here's the gold stage for the capital, so I went out 2 more, and this is the amount of royalty. I have 96 royalty and their servants or whatever. They're going to be living on a floating city in the sky, away from everyone else. And after this, I'm not going to worry about them because I don't care. But it just goes, and so this is where I got all of the information. That other page just captures what's on these lines here and fills everything in to the spreadsheet. This is kind of slapdash, but everything works. I know exactly what all the numbers are that I need. I knew that this was going to be a problem, so I did some specific lines for this, and I found out that I just need to make sure for certain that on this stage I had 1 rancher, on this stage I had 2, and on this stage I had 3 ranchers in my main capital or somewhere, and that's it. That's all I needed. I'm very happy that this is going to work out the way it looks like it is, but a lot of work has gone into figuring all this stuff out. If you want to get an idea, whether it's wheat or wheat and potatoes and carrots and beetroots or whatever, if you need to feed all these mouths, human and animal alike, you need 129,000 planted crops. You may not be able to envision what 1/8 of a million crops look like. If you take the square root of that, you'll find out how much of a field you need. It comes out to about 350 something, 360, something like that. In fact, why don't I just do this? This is the sum of that to the power of 1/2, or I can say 0.5. Is that going to work? No. That's supposed to be that. There we go, 360. So that's still hard to envision. But if I were to divide that into the little 9x9 crops, 360 on a side divided by 9 is 40. So you need to have 40 farms this way and 40 farms that way, but it's actually not even that. This doesn't take into account that the middle block of every farm is of water, so it's even slightly more than this. It's probably more like 41 and 41. That, even with those numbers, is still hard to wrap your head around how much farming you need to produce 1/8 of a million food by the end of this challenge. It's a lot. There's a reason why I decided my first Outlier is going to be dedicated to agriculture. They are going to be inventing hydroponics. They're going to be having vertical farms. There is a lot of space that will be taken up by all these plants, and it is a nightmare. So what I'm doing today, this first hour has been just descriptions. What I'm doing today is I need to figure out, now that I've gotten the populations and the farms and everything else, and when I do the outliers and all that, I've gotten all that figured out. That's handled. That was a weekend of me stressing over stuff, and I've gotten it to work. I had the epiphany of doing just a standard scaling. I had the epiphany of writing the program. But now comes the more tedious part. Let's do this. But before I do the tedious part, let's see if there's any attention I need to place on any of these games. Yes, I can buy that upgrade there. That's awesome. Not enough left over to buy another one of these, but I can start that up. That still runs even when minimized. I love that. Let's do a chest hunt over on Idol Slayer. Ooh, a mimic. But I have a mimic saver. Bye, mimic. Next mimic will kill me, though. There it is. And that's what was left. Okay. I have completed a quest, apparently, by doing that. Let's re-roll that. Oh, well, that doesn't help. There we go. Loads of fun. Okay, so that stays up, that stays up. Let's check out what's going on over with these mines. I still have half an hour left in time. Cave chambers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will go with this. And then I'll go with that. And that should be it. Let's just put another drone there, another drone there. And I have enough for one more drone for now. Let's put it there. Go, my minions. Hopefully that won't take half an hour. Send out the scientists. Empty my capacity so that mining can continue. Gather all the goodies. Send out the scientists again. Get the boosts. See what's in these chests. Clear my inventory again, go down to the moon, click up here, sell that stuff. Cool. This is doing its thing. Awesome. And now, come back to the space idler, do some clicking on this, upgrade that. I just need a little bit more and I can finally upgrade this to the next tier weapon. That'll be lovely. And anything in here? Nope. Nothing in here. Oh, I have managed to get some more of these. Not enough to justify moving them up though. Reactor, I don't know what I'm going to need to do to expand that. I'll have to look into that. Space Miss is basically over. Don't want to buy that. Not doing a challenge right now. Okay, cool. We seem to be good. So now all of that is sort of taken care of. Let's do this and this. And that looks like Anglicization of probably Japanese, but I have no idea what it says. But hello, Ivan Tubla, anyway. So let's get to work on this. what I will be doing is... Oh, didn't mean to click that. That's not what I wanted. What I will be doing is hiding this. Don't need that right now. And then I will be opening that up. Is Notepad not running? Notepad is not running. Or Notetab Pro, I mean. Let's get you launched. There we go. This is here, like that. This is my original outline for all the information that I've been able to gather. These are the original documents from the old Refugee to Regent challenge, with the addition of a little bit of some small extra information on the bottom of some of them, I think. Yeah. To fit onto my server. But that's irrelevant at this point. So what I am doing... Oh, bubbles. What I am doing is minimize this, minimize that, move this over here. Cool. Is I need to take the information that I have on all of the populations, and I need to put them onto this. Oh, alarm. It's the alarm. It's 9 o'clock. That alarm tells me that it is 9 o'clock. That's all it is. Well, also tells me I need to keep an ear out for if the cats are misbehaving. Because out of sight, out of mind. So, anyway. Let's minimize that. There we go. I need to fill in all the information for this. I need to also reduce all of these different pieces of information. Because this up here, which you probably can't read, I don't know. But this up here is the information from the original challenge. It says build somewhere between 20 and 32 new houses. You may build apartments at a ratio of 2 to 1. You may build slums at a ratio of 3 to 1. And then it says every house replaced with slums adds 1 criminal, and so on and so forth. Actually, no, that sounds like it's the information from the... No, that's on the original. The original does use the words apartments and slums. And starting on the lapis stage. That's actually kind of interesting. But I need to squeeze this down. Because, like, for instance, there was a version 3.1 of the challenge that had whole completely different rules. It says roll 6 6-sided die, and that's how many houses you need. Roll 12 6-sided die, and that's how many apartments. And roll 18, that's how many slums. Where does it get this information? Out of this? fudging the numbers, I guess. But now with my new routine, I will be able to not only fill in what I need to do for the residential stage for the main capital as I go along, but also the information that I need for all of the outliers going along. Now, that's probably going to be busy work that I'll be doing maybe off camera. Because what I really want to do today is in the residential section, there is a list of stuff that you need to do for your player residence. And then there is a bunch of stuff that you need to have for the commercial. Like in one version you need a granary, in another version you need to have a town center, and there's different rules that they've added for different things. And so what I want to do is figure out what rooms are being asked for in each of the stages so that I can have a better idea of what I need to build and when. So I'm going to be making a new heading over on this software and call it Estate Rooms by Stage. And I'm going to put it all the way down here on the bottom. And we're just going to go wood. Oops, I already messed up. Dirt. Blank, blank, blank. Wood. Stone. Iron. Gold. Redstone. Lapis. Glowstone. Emerald. Diamond. And finally, Nether Star. Because... oh, actually, I should probably also just make a straight up copy of this. Add heading and call it commercial. Oh, commercial per stage. And I can just copy all this and put it in here. Cool. Because as you go through the challenge, some of the stages tell you to build things that you've already built. Like they aren't even paying any attention to themselves. Did I ask them to build this? I don't know. Let's make sure they've built this. And you look at it and go, but I have a library in my house. You made me build that 2 stages ago. What's going on? So I need to make sense of what is being asked of me and when. So for the main stage, it says player state will be expanded to leave a lot of room. Do I have more information on the dirt stage? Oh, this is what the original dirt stage looks like. Residential. Player dwelling slash estate. Mud hovel made of dirt, gravel, or clay. Internal dimensions are 6 by 6. Sealed with a wooden door. Door opens with pressure plate and or buttons. You can use pressure plates and buttons during the stage. And you can craft a wooden door. So, let's see here. We have 6 by 6, and these dimensions are internal. For the hardcore, you're supposed to build it out of clay if you can. If you absolutely have no clay available, dirt, mud, that's fine. Sand and gravel, not so fine. Not supposed to build it out of stuff that will obey gravity. 6 by 6 with clay, wooden door, button, plate. If possible, bed. If you can punch enough sheep to get 6 or 3 wool and be able to craft a bed, then great. Now the new dirt stage, let's see here. It gives information on what a refuge is, but I have popped that out over into the dwellings. And then it gives information on shanty and shack. Shack is basically what the player's structure is going to be. But then it also gives more information on refuge, shanty, and shack again. So I said, you know what? Let's simplify things. Let's reduce all the copying. All right. So dirt player home. What do we have here? As a bit of a challenge, you can expand it to a 10 by 10 internal. 2, 10 by 10. Doors, emergency escape hatch. Aha, here we go. I need workroom, storage room, and then it says build additional stage appropriate room or rooms. Doesn't say how many, doesn't say what stage appropriate, and it says see dwellings page for inspiration if needed. So if I come over here to the dwellings page, it does list a bunch of dwellings pages. Some for servants, that doesn't help. Agricultural, I could have like a carrot farm outside if I was doing carrots. There's stuff for fortifications. To have a wall with a watchtower or something. There's modded stuff, that doesn't help me at all. Here we have workroom. And then it goes into modded stuff, just an armada of modded stuff. An armada. Sorry. ME drive, that doesn't help any. Additional storage room. There we go. We have entryway, library, infirmary, bathroom, weapon / armor display room, personal mine entrances, entrance to underground tunnel network. Steve's carts, that doesn't apply. That doesn't apply, that doesn't apply, that doesn't apply. Bubbles! Pay attention to the bubbles. Okay. Now... double chest. Boop. Kitchen. Bedroom. Somewhere I have a list of luxuries. There's luxuries. Also, I need to have a list of minimum requirements. There we go, universal furnishing requirements. Bed. I need to change this around. I added blast furnace because I think that's what the new Minecraft smelter thing is called. Then there's furnace for food, or what's it called? Smoker. Crafting bench. They call it a crafting bench because it's called a bench in some of the mods. We know it's a crafting table. Chest, double chest, 2 double chests for house. And then there need to be a minimum of luxuries per every house, whether it's a slum or not. But I need to figure out what the rules are that they have set for that. That's part of this procedure, is figuring out what the minimum requirements are for everything. All right. I am going to do this so that I can more easily find the divisions. And same thing over here. Now, when it comes to my player estate for this challenge, during the course of the Refugee to Regent challenge, they tell you to, at some point, you abandon your estate and build a whole new one from scratch. Why? I already have a house. So, for my own version of this, I'm just going to keep my own house. And the noble that was supposed to move into my old house, they get to have one built for them. Because I'm not going to rebuild my house elsewhere. Because why? It's my house. If I want to live in the capital, I can. Alright, so... there's that. Let me just go ahead and time warp on this. And boop. Maximum Auto promotion. Idle that, idle that, idle that. Upgrade all of these. Upgrade this. Do that. Buy all of these things here. Buy that, buy that, buy that. This, this. Buy all of these upgrades here, and should be good to go. So how are you guys doing? I think Cuddles said that she is not going to be joining today. Let me check. Did she mention it over here, maybe? Oh. According to this, she's not even online. Oh, well, that answers that. Okay. Upgrade that, upgrade that, upgrade that. Let's check this one. Come down to here. And then come down to this. A moving house in Lego Fortnite. Oh no. A moving house. That's quite the ordeal. Oh, I hope these guys can make it back in the 3 minutes. We'll see. Well, this one will make it at least. This one should make it. Which one are you? The empty one is the closest one. Oh boy. Nothing catastrophic yet. Well, it's good to be aware that there's that yet option. Alright, nothing over here needs attention. Anything over here? Can't buy that upgrade yet. Getting close. This I can buy a couple of those. Upgrade that. Let the busy bees do their thing. On the Zelda Singularity game, the bottom right, there's an event that will run out in 11 hours and 37 minutes. That's the amount of time I have in which to get the next 3 blobs on the objectives. Okay, so that's 60 quintillion. All right. I have this sort of schema when it comes to the games that have incremental purchases. You find out what the value is of the next purchase that you want to get to. Say it's 60 something. It could be 60 individual units, it could be 60 million, it could be 60 quadrillion. And then you find what your highest producer is, and you keep buying one at a time those upgrades until the cost of one single upgrade is at half of what your objective is. So for right now, for instance, the one that I'm trying to upgrade, or the objective that I'm trying to get, the research, is worth 60 quintillion. The producer that is the maximum producer that I have, the one that actually is worth putting points into, my next purchase for it is 18.25 quintillion. 18.25 is not even half of 60. Half of 60 would be 30, and 18.25 is significantly less than that. So I will continue purchasing unwelcome fungi because it gives me more production more quickly up until about half of my objective. And then my reckoning is, why not just wait that extra amount of time, double the amount of time it would be to make the next purchase, and just buy the actual research upgrade. And that research upgrade actually makes 150% of my production of unwelcome fungi anyway. So I go to half, and then I wait and buy the main upgrade. And then I identify my next target. My next target after that is probably going to be this 400 quintillion. So that means that whatever my biggest producer is at that time, I can upgrade that up to 200 quintillion. And then I stop upgrading that, and I just wait for that 400 quintillion and buy the objective. And it gets me through pretty well. I've managed to get the first 6 of these objectives in one day of playing, so, because I didn't realize that this event had started yet. So, it works pretty well. Makes it so you can spend a lot of time ignoring it. It makes it an actual idle game, so that's nice. Buy upgrades. Buy all the upgrades. Treat yourself to all the upgrades. You're worth it. Eventually, after I finish doing all of this Refugee to Regent stuff, this idle clicker extravaganza is going to be 9 games at once. I haven't figured out what 2 of the games are going to be. I know what 2 of them will be, and those will be surprises for when I do the stream. But, yeah, this is pretty fun. Alright, let me come back over to this. Come to here. Go to this. Grab this information. Copy. Go back. Reload that. Put this information in. Paste that there. Save. You can't see what I'm doing, it occurs to me, but that's okay. Guess you don't really need to see what I'm doing for that. Right. I need to move on to the wood stage because I think I have generally got what I need to know for making the player estate. So we have wood settlement stage. Ah, here's another example of what is missing or what was different between the different stages in some of the incarnations of the challenge. For the original challenge, it says build one settlement shanty per player, unless married. There's this whole marriage mechanic. They tried to do too many things and not enough focus on individual things is what happened. But it made for lots of fun. Anyway, build a settlement shanty per player. Let's assume that you were doing multiple players helping with the challenge, like you're playing on a server. I'm not. But the settlement shanty is meant to be a new structure. So your first house was just this clay hut thing. And this clay hut thing is intended, according to the original challenge, to become what's called the Tribulation Tower. It's basically a mob farm. You replace the clay with brick, you build more floors, expand the rooms, but in order to make it viable, this is when you actually start your player house, and you need to build a settlement shanty for that. Then you need to build between 2 and 3 elders' shacks, and then build one additional shack per 5 additional players. That doesn't matter for what we're doing here. In fact, since this is on the main page, I can just, delete that. This doesn't matter for my challenge. So 1 settlement shanty, 2 to 3 settler shacks, and 4 to 8 refugee refuges. That was the original rules. Then came some new information. Obviously, you build the player house. And then it says 4 to 8 basic. And that 4 to 8 lines up with the basic here, the refugees. Then it says 2 to 5 advanced. This says 2 to 3. Already discrepancy. And then finally, the most recent version, or no, this is the most recent version. This is the version 3.1, the in between. It says build 1 to 2 refuges if desired. Build 1 to 3 huts, that's the players' huts. Build 5 to 10 shacks instead of 2 to 3. And then build 7 to 11 shanties. They use different names for different kinds of buildings, and from each version of the challenge to the next, shanty had different description of what was needed. Same thing for shack and hut and hovel and all that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to make sense of all this and just get some general guidelines so that I can just go, all right, I need this many buildings with this minimum requirement. Good. All right. So for the wood stage, obviously I'm building a settlement shanty. A dirt shanty is different from a wood shanty. There's a wood shanty. Right. Oh yeah, kitchen wasn't necessarily one of the rooms, but I do want to have kitchen in there. Now, one good thing is because of one of the data packs that I've included, what's it called? Devon's Survival Upgrade or something like that. If I put a stick on a campfire, it turns into a torch. I don't have to go hunting for coal. I can be making some food on a campfire, which is just made of wood. So that's lovely. I do need to get at least one coal to make a campfire, but that's alright. So now this needs to have all of these rooms. And this one's asking for trophy room. And I am not going to list what needs to be built in the different rooms. I'm just going to list what rooms are required so I know what to add. But as I go down this list, things are going to be redundant. So I can, you know, snip some stuff out and figure out how to even the flow a bit. I have the kitchen in the list, have the bedroom, have the storage room. This one asks for audience chamber. And I thought for sure they wanted an infirmary as well. Let's go look at this. Required room, workroom, bedroom, storage room, furnishings. Filled item frame, painting. All rooms are carpeted. All rooms are minimum dimension this. Emergency escape. Okay. Now the new wood. Where's the list? School, immigration, agriculture, estates. Estates are way down here, 5. Oh, this is... So, in the current version, during the wood stage, it doesn't even have information on building the player estate. That's only in the pre 3.1 content. Okay, so the new version is 3.1. I guess the middle is 2, and then the first one is 1. So there's estates. That's what I'm looking for down there. Might be easier to just go to the bottom and scroll up. Housing. Oh, that's Outliers in the capital. Like it's talking about all these paragraphs of information about what outliers are, why the capital needs to be separate, and all that kind of stuff. That should be done in another document. the main page for these ought to be what you need to do. Just saying. And this one has a residential page. That's what it was. Alright. There's the Shrine of Logna. Arboriculture. Plantations. I feel like I've gone past. Yeah. Wait, no. No, no, no. There's the embassy. Guild advisor. No, and this is back up to the top again. Estates. There it is. You were once just living in a little... See, it gives all this flowery stuff. And out of these paragraphs, you're supposed to infer what you need to do. You were once just living in that little lump of dirt or clay, but now, as more and more people start showing up, it's time for you and your advisors to start building estates worthy of your stations. My Baron/Baroness, it's time to get building, so everyone will see your worthiness. Build 6 to 12 rooms out of the roughly 26 rooms in the main estate. Build 6 to 16 rooms for the guild masters, grandmasters. Build 29 rooms for guests. Build 11 to 14 rooms for the servants' quarters of the Baron/Baroness estate for yourself. The guild grandmasters, sheriff who arrive with you in the dirt hovel stage. It's not necessary to complete the entire estate this stage, but you will be expected to have finished it by the end of the Iron Village stage. Okay. Now I have a goal. I'm supposed to have built my entire estate by the end of this stage. So, wood, stone, iron. During the iron stage, I'm supposed to have built my whole estate. There we go. All that was buried into a paragraph. Hooray. I built 1 to 2 refuges. There's those numbers. See residential page for requirements. Housing. Oh no, this is housing for the guild, the agricultural guild. That's one thing that bothers me. That really does bother me about how they have everything set up. Let me click on this and bring up the open office document. So I'm on the wood stage here. There are, because I am going hardcore mode, there are a total of 27 people. 23 regular population, 4 military, well I guess 28 if you count myself. So all of these are +1. But anyway, you've got 27 people. You've just come out of, you know, whatever disaster has caused your entire population to flee to the hills and try to make do for themselves, and you've got all these people coming in. And they're talking about, during this stage, during the wood stage, you're supposed to start building guild halls for the agricultural guild, the mining guild, the crafting guild, the magic guild, the tinkering guild, there's the military academy. You're supposed to be building all of these guild halls. No, I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. You've got 27 people. You're not building guilds. You're trying to figure out how to grow crops. I'm sorry. It's pretty on text. The recommendation is nice thought, but this is not where guilds belong. Guilds belong once you've got enough population to justify it. So, which is why I'm doing my guild focused on the gold stage. Population total is 164 counting myself, plus populations from the Outliers, 247. That is a good enough target number. That is reasonable to expect to have guilds started, even if it's just 5 or 10 people joining each of the guilds. That's still 5 or 10 people that deserve to have, you know, some more in-depth training. So I've moved all the guild stuff out here. What I'm doing is, for the wood stage, it's going to be classroom. I think I actually wrote it down here. Yeah. It's going to go wood stage, classroom. Stone stage, there's going to be school or schools. Iron stage is going to be college or colleges, and then the guilds begin. I figure that's a nice progression. Guilds and universities. I think that that'd work just nice. So that is my progression there. Alright, let's see if there's anything new over here. Yes, I can buy a couple more of those. Click on this. One more of these, probably unwelcomed fungi, and I can just let it sit. Cool beans. Alright, time clickers. Let's upgrade all this stuff. There we go. Anything interesting going on over here? Get a couple more arrow kills, I guess. Maybe a little sprinting. Oh! I do need to do the bonus stage. I'm ignoring the bubbles. Oh, good. They were automatically obtained by the auto clicker thingies. There are pitfalls during this. So for the mini game, it's not entirely an idle game. Oh, my goodness, I missed. Okay, cool. That was right down to the wire. And it's okay if I fell in the hole. Okay. These little goblin thingies should be enough to get me that next quest complete, I think. There we go. Claim reward. Now I can buy that upgrade. Not many upgrades for me. Not anymore. Oh! I can buy a cape. That's nice. Alright, I'll just let this do its thing. Bring this back up here. And minimize that. There we go. Busy, busy, busy. So that looks like all the information that I need from the wood stage. Stone stage. Player dwelling must be upgraded. All right. Players may not live together, obviously. Upgraded with stone, window holes filled with glass. That's just generic stuff for the stage. Workroom upgrades, bedroom upgrades, kitchen upgrades, storage room, infirmary upgrades. I see hearts. I detect a Brianna. Probably. If not, then whoever you are, thank you for the hearts. Let's see here. Reception room. Guest room. Personal mine. Whose is it? It's mine. It's personal. Tree farm. And then it says one more agriculture. And then 2 to 4 additional. And these get upgraded, but that information I'm needing to shuffle into the dwellings category over here on the left. So I'm not worried about this just yet. I'm, however, oops, looking to see in the stone stage. We have, this is normal advancement rules. I don't really care about the normal advancement rules because they all get included into the hardcore. Which is down here, hardcore advancements. All right. Advancement, yeah, player dwelling, there we go. Workroom, bedroom, kitchen, storage, infirmary, reception, guest room, personal mine, tree farm. Okay, so that's where that information came from. What does it say on the new? The new stone page. Did I not actually copy? Oh, I may have cut it instead. Let's come over here to the Stone Hamlet page and copy all of this and paste it in here. There we go. Let's see. Immigrants. This is pre 4.2 content. Immigrants, that doesn't mention anything about the player estate though. Ah, residential here at the end. Okay. And all of this still under construction. This was years ago, and that they put the site up. And this is from just a few weeks ago, copying it verbatim, just copy paste from the page. It says still under construction. There's plenty of room for improvement here. Fishing, miscellaneous, Shrine to Petra, pre-content, residential, defensive zones, and then it has this chart down here that never gets used anywhere. I don't know what it's for. But this doesn't mention a lick of information about the player residence at all. There's a bunch of town center stuff, housing for the classroom and the population guild. And I've determined that what they mean by population guild is education center. For some reason they call it population guild. There's probably a good reason for that, but it's education. It's school. Don't call it population guild. No one knows what population guild means. It's a school. Alright, we have, well, let's see here. Can I make any purchases here? I can make one more purchase on that. Alright, so about 2 more of those. 4 minutes and I can run that again. Nice. Yeah, no information on here about the player estate. There was plenty of information on the original, and so that's where I got most of my data. Alright, let's move on to the Iron Village. These are the data packs that I will be able to start using during this stage. Cauldron, I can turn concrete powder into concrete by just throwing it in a cauldron filled with water. Very nice. I can do a whole stack at a time. I can use copper to make beacons. Obviously can't make beacons at the iron stage, but can at least use the copper. Advanced jewelry, can start that. Furnaces plus, I can start throwing iron blocks on top of furnaces to make them cook faster. The journey data pack, so that I can name my towns and have it pop up as a warning or whatever. Skill system, because I am getting XP, I can start using the skill system. Can begin to use minecart stuff.
can maybe start doing a little bit of the New in Town and then the Norse adventure for the sailing ships. This is where all the information for the population goes. Now residential. Okay. Now this conflicts with what this says. It says every player must upgrade their dwelling. This says all the rooms need to be done by the Iron Stage. I see a discrepancy. And I'm gonna call a duck and say that one hand didn't know what the other hand was doing when they were putting this together. So let's see here. Decorations, functional clock, trophy room. We have trophy room here. Bedroom, workroom, kitchen, storage room, infirmary. Maid. Iron Stage. We get a maid. Maid. Gardener. Now, it is unlikely that I'll be finding bees at this point, but if I can get a lead and lead some bees over to my place, then I will try to get them to live in my own bee houses. So I think I can at least have bee houses set up in my garden. So I will say apiary. And then it says 3 to 5 more rooms. Okay. Is there any secondary information I can get from these sub-pages? This is mostly the same thing here. Except this includes lots of stuff about mods, like Thumbcraft and other things. It doesn't do me any good. New Iron Stage. What do we have here? Throne Room. I'm not going to be doing Throne Room stuff, so that's not going to make it into my version. But I will be including when I set up the actual site. I'll be linking back to all these pages so that people know what all this information was, so they know where I got most or all of my information. But I will not be doing the Throne Room. New villas. No new information there. Okay. Now we are on to the gold stage, and let's see what it wants us to do here. Players must expand their estate. Again, that conflicts with the it must be done 2 stages ago rule. Or 1 stage ago, I should say. We have some stuff on schools. That's all getting condensed down into sub-pages. Nobles and leaders, crime. Alright, what does this have to say about... Nothing about the player? There we go, player estate. Here's the section for player estate. It is blank. They put in a header for player estate and then didn't put any information in. Okay, new. School, magic. Expanded throne room to be completed. They also mentioned throne room stuff. City museum. Second janitor, immigration. This right here is what really tipped me over the edge and made me decide to make the just standardized growth chart. It says choose from 4 D6 houses, 8 D6 apartments, or 12 D6 slums. These may be mixed/matched, but should be replaced at a rate of 2 D6 apartments for every 1 D6 house, 3 D6 apartments for every 1 D6 housing. And that should say slums right there, not apartments. But I get what they were trying to accomplish with that. But this just... It is a mess. This is a hot mess. Alright, this gives a D6 decision on how to make crime. Nothing about the player's house. Redstone discovery. Here we go. So nothing. There was nothing here. Residential. For the Redstone player house, it says liquid storage. 2 tech rooms. 2 magic rooms. Personal library. 2 to 3 more rooms. They completely missed on all 3 versions. They completely missed any information about the player estate during the gold stage. Trophy room. Guest house. Do I have? I have guest room there. I could go guest house. Personal guard. I have servants' quarters. There we go. Servants. Maid gardener. Trophy room curator. Butler. Stable boy / girl. Stable dweller. No. Stable person. There we go. And then for the expansion on the capital population, it says build 7 to 9 more villas. Just 7 to 9 more villas. It had a whole bunch of growth in the previous one. It has a whole bunch more growth in the next one. But for this stage, it says, you know, just build 7 to 9 more villas. That's not how growth works. It was driving me bonko. What upgrade can I get? This is the best one. For the cheapest money. Okay. Anything new over here? Yes, I can buy this. And now, I will just be waiting on the cell to singularity. I will be waiting for it to get up to 60, and then I will just outright buy the fungal infestation, or fungal infections upgrade. And then I start waiting again for antibiotics. Cool. Oh, right. And this should be really all of the information, because there was only one page to get anything from. Yes. Alright, Lapis Stage, Lapis Metropolis. What have we got? Show me what you got. This is it for the residential. Nobility and their estates. I pretty much have Outliers hammered out. And this is where I'm going to be filling in what I need to do as per the spreadsheet. In each of my existing Outliers, I will have it subdivided, build this many of these things for this stage, this many of this, that sort of thing. Some of the Outliers aren't going to need to have like a bakery or whatever, but like the mining one will probably need multiple stonemasons, one for each type, blacksmiths, things related to mining, multiple of them, jewelers, gem crafters, and that sort of thing. Alright. Now just to check, does this list anything? Alright, this is the whole Lapis page for the entirety of the current website's version. It says, build some houses, build some apartments, build some slums, add some nobles, add some crime. Then it says connect all your Outliers, build some more stalls for the market, which the market was only mentioned once and it was from the other version. So when it says build 4 to 5 D6 new stall stores / other, when you get to this you go, what do you mean more? Or new? Yes, it's new, sure. But to what? Where do I add it? And then this says new shiny old hat, build 2 D6 houses. Up here it says build 66 houses. Conflict. I see a conflict. But then it doesn't tell you that this is for another Outlier. It tells you at the end of the sentence, another Outlier. This is copied verbatim from the web page. This is nether Outlier, nether Outlier. Discover and end portal, but don't enter it yet. And build 1 to 2 new Outliers. I'm building 3, but one of them is just criminal and it's tiny. Here's the original Lapis page. Goes into a lot more detail. They were trying to use new abbreviations too that don't get used consistently throughout. Nobilities and their estates. Doesn't mention anything about the players. Okay, glowstone expansion. Residential. Nothing at all about the player estate. There is some new information about slums and weapons and armor based on populations. There is no Tinker's construct, so that doesn't go there. We have, well, that's this. Residential, agriculture, commercial, nobles and leaders. Does it pop into here somehow? No, it does not. Crime, nope. Outliers, nope. This is where it actually should be nether Outlier. There we go. This is where it actually comes up. Alright, Emerald. No information about the player estate at all. Diamond. No information. And Nether Star. No information. Nether Star does give a lot of ideas for building some outliers. And it says, try to build outliers of different kinds of themes, and that is what I will be doing, but I will not be doing these right now. Well, actually, I will be doing a force field one on Mars. And a fleet city, I will be doing this for the New in Town Ocean one. I already have a flying city at this point. I already have Cavern City. Well, underground city anyway. I don't have a tower. I might, after I'm done with doing the Refugee to Regent challenge, once I finish it, I might consider doing a single city version of it and make just a giant sim tower kind of thing. But the problem I encountered in the past when doing that is there's so many things that load in each vertical chunk that by the time you've built your city, you can't actually approach it without almost crashing your computer. So, let's see here. All right, so this is what we have to go on. These are the steps that it wants us to have for the player estate. What we need to have per stage. I don't need to include this. And actually, the emergency escape ought to go. Well, actually, it does need to go here because this is a new structure. So, this. It says that I need to have, by the time I'm done, 29 guest rooms, 11 to 14 servants' quarters, wait, what? Let's split this up. Let's make this a complete sentence without the parentheses in the middle and see what the parentheses looks like by itself. So build 6 to 12 rooms of a baron or baroness estate for yourself, the guild grandmasters, and the sheriff, who arrived with you in the dirt hovel stage. And it says 6 to 12 rooms out of the 26 rooms in the main estate. 6 to 16 rooms for guild masters, grandmasters, 29 for guests, 11 to 14 for servants. So let's think about this. I'm going to want to grow my estate over the challenge. I don't want to build it all at once. And I definitely don't want to cram everything into wood, stone, and iron stage and just try to be done there. Especially because it's still asking me to expand down here in redstone. So these are going to go in this stage. Personal guard will go sooner. Personal guard will go here. Tech and liquid storage, that's fine. Guest house, I want the guest house to be up here. And it says it needs, it says about 29 rooms for guests. Why does it say 29? Where does that number even come from? Servants' quarters. Well, let's see here. Here's the... where's the rooms? Temp, shrines, required sections, religion, populations, outliers, guild nodes by stage, embassies, dwellings, community buildings. It doesn't say. Okay. Residential. I will make a new category here called residential. Then I will just go all copy and paste, put it over here. And then Iron Village Villa. Yeah, that's not the player estate. Okay. So that's residential. And then dwellings. Yeah. All copy. Come over here. Make a sub-page, once again called dwellings, and paste, and click the bubbly thing. Purchase these upgrades since I'm on this window. Oops. Got ahead of myself. Run that. Do that there. Check this out. There we go. So now I'm going from 47 quadrillion a second to 109.8 quadrillion per second. Quite the upgrade. But then, the next upgrade says 400. The unwelcome fungi is by far and away the most reasonable producer. So I just need to focus on putting points in that until this gets to being a cost of 200. So that's where I'll focus. Okay. Minimize you. Alright, back to this. Come back over here. So what I'm hoping to figure out is, first off, the list of the rooms that I for sure want to have for the player estate. And then I need to figure out when I want to have them built. So I have things to do during the entirety of the challenge. So I'm not trying to cram all of my entire estate into just a couple of stages. I want there to be, you know, some growth. Stone Stage, it makes sense to have an infirmary if I have on-site staff. So I will for sure keep that in the Stone Stage. Originally, I think it asked you to start the infirmary during the wood stage. But there was no purpose for it. Iron Stage, I get the personal guard, gardener, the maid. Alright. Oh, let me top off my drinks. Yes, drinks plural. I have a coffee and I have just a flavored water. I'll be right back in about 2 or 3 minutes because I do need to, well, no, I don't need to microwave, it should still be hot. But I'll be back in about a minute or two. Hold please. I'll let you watch my stuff like you have it.
All right, I'm back. So I have two cats, and one of them was a little bit aggressive when it came to their food situation, and the other one learned how to be aggressive regarding their food from him. But then, the one that used to be aggressive started being more gentle. And now, he's a pushover. So she eats all of her food, and then chases him away from his bowl and starts eating his food too. It has been a recent development, and I can't always watch them all the time, but I just fed them both. And whereas he is less than halfway through his bowl, she's almost done and she's already eyeballing his stuff, even though she's not even done eating her bowl. The only solution I can come up with is to feed them in separate rooms, but I can't do that really while I'm streaming because if I bring him up here, I can't trust her in this room. She's a hurricane. But if I bring him in here, he's not a hurricane. However, as soon as he's done eating, he will want to be all up in my business. He'll want to be on my lap. He'll claw me to death to get up here. And he just wants to be within licking range of my beard. And once he does that, he will just start licking my beard for an hour if I don't stop him. So right now I have two cats who are eating, one aggressively, one timidly, and both neurotically. And I have returned with two drinks. My cherry flavored water and my pumpkin flavored coffee. And it's not pumpkin spice, it's pumpkin flavored. Pumpkin spice has no pumpkin in it. Whereas this certainly does have pumpkin in it. A lot more than I was expecting that time. Okay. So where was I? Oh yes. I was trying to figure out the rooms that I need to add to have it make sense. It does make sense to have just an audience chamber there. Eventually the trophy room is going to get, except for some specific trophies, the trophy room is going to get donated to the city museum. Ooh, I can buy some more capes. Awesome. Can't afford to send anyone on a mission. I'll need to ascend soon. I'm gonna stay on here for a while on that stage. Alright, back to this. Did not mean to click over there. Great. Okay, let's bring this back up. Click on that. There we go. It makes more sense to have a tree farm during the wood stage. It's not like I can farm during the wood stage. So that feels like it makes more sense.
Okay. Personal mine makes sense to have in the stone stage. One more agricultural room. At this point, it could be my own little personal farm. Could be a garden. This says 2 to 4 additional rooms. I want to actually plan this out. I don't want my main one to be overburdened with farms. Oh, make the bubbling stop. Okay, it stopped on its own. Awesome. Fortifications. Walls around the house and estate. I think that would be more on par with that stage. Wall fortifications. Odd stuff that doesn't really help me much. Alchemy room. Can go there. I don't want to have a nether portal in my house. Aha! During the gold stage, I can build a hot air balloon platform. In preparation. Well, actually, I don't even need to do it in preparation for. I can, during that stage, I can go airborne. So, yeah, that's perfect. Alright. General workroom, tinkering room, tool station. Emerald? Let's go with... stone block storage. Iron stage. It says 3 to 5 extra rooms, but it's going to be tough for me to squeeze more rooms out of these lists. Obviously I'll want an entryway, but that is going to be reception room. I have library. Bathroom is funny. Oh. No, wait. Bathroom. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel through the mountain. guess I could just have a personal armory. This doesn't help me at all. I don't want to connect a mine to my house. Player house. Ah. Here's some more information. Bedroom, kitchen, storage room, personal mine entrance. During the wood stage, personal mine entrance. Are you kidding me? What? Settlement shanty. Do I have personal mine? Yeah, it's right here. Refugee housing, hardcore. This. That. Stone player house. Workroom, storage room, kitchen, optional. Kitchen optional. Okay. Personal mine. Additional bedrooms. Hamlet house. Ah, there we go. During the stone stage, they say new house must be built. No. I already have an estate. No, please. New house must be built. Bedroom, kitchen, workroom, storage room, 2 additional rooms. Just have me add 2 more rooms. And that's the end of the dwellings page. That's all the information for the dwellings page. There are not 26-ish rooms, especially if you don't count the mod things. So let's see here. I will go with I am going to need, by this stage for sure, probably even by this stage, I'm going to go with dog kennel, because for the data packs that I have included, dogs are actually going to be important and useful. Imagine that. Bubbles. Stop making the bubble noise. What else might I need to add? So how many rooms do I have with this? I have bedroom, kitchen, storage room, workroom. External trees farm. I have an audience chamber and a trophy room. I have an infirmary, a reception room, entryway. I have a guest room, personal mine, and it says one more agriculture. I think I can dispense with that for now. A dog kennel, and a stone and block storage. Then on the iron stage, it says build 6 to 12 more rooms of the roughly 26 that will be in the main estate. Well, for sure, I have personal guard, wall fortifications, personal armory, apiary gardener, and maid. So that's covered. I'm going to start a guest house here. As I expand, ooh, there's a thought. Why don't I move this down to here? Apiarist. And additional flower gardener. Now I might give the staff their own houses, or I might dedicate a wing of housing to the staff and a wing of housing for guests. And if that's the case, then I will also want to have a dining room there. Expanded dining room. Gold. Let's go with ballroom. Where's ballroom on here? That's something that would make sense to have on a list, especially if you know you're like royalty or whatever. It's so incomplete and inconsistent. Alchemy room. Do I want to have my extra dimensional trophies? Do I want to have them in the main trophy room? Oh, there's a thing. I will need a waystone room. That can either be inside or outside. Probably outside. Waystone and fountain area. I will have a beacon room in the diamond stage. And then see, the emerald stage feels empty because, well, it is empty, but it feels like there should be something that I'm overlooking I don't want to have like chicken coops and stuff like that. Let's see here. I've got stables covered. I don't know what the 2 tech rooms are going to be. Oh! This is where I would be starting to do the see, that wouldn't be in my house. This would be roughly where the simple energy and the really advanced stuff is going to get started, but that wouldn't be during the Emerald stage. I could say, oh, there's a thought. Do I want to do that for the town? I might want to do that for the town. What's the recipe for a beacon? It's hello. Chris Roll. Hello. Thank you for the follow. I totally didn't jump out of my skin just then. Not at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Now, according to my Twitch chat, there's nothing going on in my Twitch chat, and it does say that it's live. I hope I'm not missing things that are happening in chat because I have the window popped out. It shouldn't be the case. But anyway, what was I saying? I need a beacon. For sure, I need to have a beacon. But I was thinking that that would be more of a town beacon thing, and it would need to get upgraded as time goes on. But what is the recipe for a beacon? It's 5 glass, 3 obsidian, and a nether star. So I couldn't have a beacon until glowstone stage. So during the Nether Star Imperium, let's go with maximum nether block or netherite block beacon, and then this would be maximum diamond beacon, and then maximum gold beacon, glowstone expansion. Will you have defeated a wither during this stage? According, hire a new fortifications, kill Ender Dragon. Is this where you kill the wither? Fortifications. No mention of the wither there. Fortifications. That is not helpful. This says defeat the warden. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say defeat the warden on this stage and defeat the wither on the previous stage. Defeat warden. Because that will give you an opportunity to have explored the nether enough to get resources for making potions. That way you stand a better chance at defeating the warden. So, fortifications. There, defeat warden, but do not go through portal. And so, I guess defeating the wither can happen. How do I want to divvy that up then? I mean, it doesn't make too little sense to have the 3 bosses in a row. Oh, you know what? Okay, so here's my thinking. Iron golems, snow golems, and withers are all constructs. And that feels like it's very redstone-y. It's very steampunk kind of thing. You're making these life forms just exist. And the wither just happens to be very grumpy. So, it would be defeat the End Dragon during the Emerald stage, defeat the Warden during the Glowstone stage because you have already defeated the Wither at this point. Lapis stage, I will say find and defeat an Elder Guardian. And then during the Redstone stage, it will be build and defeat a Wither. Then, at this point, you will have a Nether Star. So Redstone stage is the first point of having a Nether Star. This will be the Netherite block beacon. This will be the diamond. Oops. Diamond beacon there. Maximum You can build beacons out of emerald blocks, right? Hold on. Let's make sure I have my information right. We have Minecraft Wiki Beacon. Okay, so it's iron, diamond, gold, netherite, emerald. It does not look like quartz is one of them. Bubbly noises happening, demanding my attention. There we go. Oops. We have well, I guess Emerald Beacon it is. Where's my mouse? Emerald Beacon there. And then down here it will be maximum gold or maximum gold beacon. And then here it will be maximum iron beacon. And then right here it will be maximum copper beacon because of that data pack. That actually accounts for all of the beacon making materials. It puts the first beacon in the same stage where you need to defeat a wither so that you can just keep reusing that same beacon for all of the stages and just keep upgrading the town beacon. And the town beacon can be one of the structures in the town. Perfect. That's beautiful. That works. And it also makes sense where the beacon is starting to happen in the last half of the challenge, where while the first half, getting up to the gold stage, is still you're building up. And then once you get to the gold stage, that is when you make sure you have everything you possibly can so you can move forward. Ow, that hurt my hand. I can't gesticulate like that and do not expect my hand to get sore. Okay. So, during the diamond stage, I will want to have a small beacon of my own. Ah! This will be one of my more rooms. Beacon. Pedestal? I guess. That's totally not the right way to spell pedestal. No, that doesn't have any sort of spell checking on it. Pedestal. Foot. of course, pedestal. Yes, I knew that. Where did I put it? That's a 3, not an E. Pedestal, okay. So this is where I will build my beacon pedestal, and I will just slowly upgrade it through the stages. This will not be a maximum. This will be a tier 2. What else would I even want to build? Why? Okay, let's see here. How many rooms do I have? Not counting individual guest rooms. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I count this both as 9. 10, 11. I will build my first guest room. And then 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, oh, servant kitchen, dining. So that puts me at what, 20? 21, 22. I'll count the wall, all the wall is 22. 23, 24, 25, and their own house, 26, 27, 28, that'll be an exterior room, 29, 30, 31, and room 32, stable and stable person 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, and then I'm gonna have a whole wing that I'll be building on for guests. And I'm also thinking that for my own little personal display, I'm gonna have, instead of a trophy room, it's going to be a trophy wing, and each room is going to be the remainders of the previous stage. So, bubbles, bubbles. Okay, you got it. Good, good. Let's see here. 13.20 is the lowest price, I think. Yes. Then I have well over the 26 rooms at that point by the time I'm done. I think I can make this requirement having it all completed by the Iron Stage. That's ridiculous. There's still so much more that needs to happen anyway during the challenge. Adding all the rooms in advance before you're even at the right stages, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So these numbers are largely arbitrary. I will build an additional guest house for this stage. I will build one for this stage, and I will build one more for that stage. Those will be the fancy guests. And then I'll have the slightly less fancy guests will have their own little wing. Ba, 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 ba. Where do I want to start the guest wing? Probably this stage. I'll go fancy guest house and begin guest wing. Stone. Begin guest, or go guest. Trophy wing. I will get rid of this requirement. I will get rid of this requirement. That's already taken care of. That's pretty much taken care of. So is that. The 2 tech rooms, I will reserve that for future information, but I think that my actual tech rooms are going to be down here once I have actually begun the tech stuff. Then I suppose I can just leave this as is, and if I think of something else to add to these stages, I have the space for it. Don't need this paragraph. Build 6 to 12 rooms of the Baroness estate for yourself, the Guildmaster, Grandmasters, and Sheriff who arrive with you in the Dirt Hovel stage. So Iron Stage. Ah, Iron Stage. That's important. Residential. Every player must upgrade, yada yada. See, and this says, on this page it says, every player must upgrade, not create a new one. So inconsistent. Alright, we have all original founders should now have their own estates to become the proper guild masters. Oops. All right. I think I have a good roadmap for this. I'll say upgrade beacon as stage proceeds. My personal library is not necessarily going to be my magic room. It might, but won't necessarily be. I'll think about that. All right. So save that. Now, this is the one that is equally as daunting for me, so I have to make sure that I get this taken care of and quit putting it off. And that is the commercial buildings that I need to have per stage, and see which of them say, alright, by this point you should have been upgrading something that you already have built. And then I go back and see that I haven't built one yet, so we're gonna see what this little adventure is gonna lead us toward. Take a drink. Just to test my chat pop-outs. If you're watching on YouTube, could you say something in the chat? Also, if you're watching on Twitch, could you say something in the chat? Just so I can see if these pop-outs are actually going to work for me, or if I'm going to have whole windows open, including the chats, and try to make sense of that. I would love to see if things are working or broken. Because technology is annoying. Also, hello, all 8 of you, whomever you may be. Alright, that's something in chat, and that's something in chat. Oh, hey, Cuddles. Well, thank you for that in the chats, both of you. Okay. Made that purchase. Minimize this. Okay. Now we need to do the commercial buildings. Make these purchases, get this upgraded, get that going. Anything over here that demands my attention. This is almost done. Oh, I never even did this one. Here, let's just go get you. And send you there, send you there. That's not going to be really enough time to do anything, but there we go. Send some drones out. I haven't even been watching Mr. Mine. I did say that it would be largely ignored, mostly because it's in the middle. And it is not intentional for me to ignore it, but there we go. Sell extra junk. Make some room. That's one I can't minimize. Hey! Space Idol. I can finally make this purchase. Boop. That increases my damage by times 1.25 for the charge laser. You don't see how I can have all the game sounds going. I only really have I have Idol Slayer going so that there is like just some consistent stuff happening to help me get used to whenever I actually do my proper idle game Extravaganza, which will be me just focusing on the idle games and splitting my attention between all of them for the whole duration of the challenge, or the stream. But for right now, I just want to get used to having these sounds, because I don't typically have game sounds going. Because of YouTube, I just got used to having most music and most game sounds just non-existent, because I kept getting the whole strike notification for a sound being part of a song, even though it wasn't. So I just said, let's just not have sounds. So I just got in the habit of not having sounds for my games. And so I need to reacclimate to that. And then also to let me know when the The rainbow ball it has that bubbly sound, but other than that, I don't really have a lot going on. I do have the YouTube music. That's about it. Okay. So I can go ahead and upgrade that by 1. That, there we go. That's good. Click on this. Minimize you. Come back in here. All right. Let's stop looking away from the dread. Commercial. Where is commercial? Commercial. Now, I'm going to keep the agriculture separate from the commercial as far as the production is concerned. But like, for instance, if I feel it is time to build a windmill for grinding grains, even though there's no grains to grind, I don't have any mods that do that sort of thing, or data packs or whatever, but if it feels right to have a windmill, I'm not going to be counting that as an agricultural. I'm going to count that as commercial. Only the actual tending and production of the plants and animals are agricultural, and that's divided into farming, plantations, and plantations are just farms for things that don't produce food: cactus, sugar cane, that sort of thing. Arboriculture, which is trees, and because all we have are the vanilla trees, the only fruit that you can get is apple, and then of course there's cocoa beans. But beyond that, there's nothing really you need to watch out for with that, so I don't need to do anything terribly special there. Then there are ranches, and there are several kinds of animal agricultural subsets. Ranches are more for food and food-producing animals. You can also include wool from sheep in with the ranch because you are getting wool from the sheep, but the way this particular test is worded, it implies there's only one copy of this book in Skyrim, but I'm sure there's more than one. It says find the copy of Wolf Queen. Oh no, it's saying find the copy of Wolf Queen Volume 6 in that location. They're pretty sure there's only one in that location. I actually pointed that out when I was talking about that in the past. Why does it say the? There's one. I have one. Why does it say the Wolf Queen? The copy. Good observation. Anyway, the ranches are mostly food producing. Cows, pigs, chickens, sheep. But there's animals that you can get some food from, or other drops that are in the gray area that are technically ranches. Let's see here. Where is... There we go. Animals. Sheep, pigs, chickens, cows. Cool. But then... mushroom... Rabbit's also food, technically. I'll go ahead and put that up there. Mushroom, you get food from. You can milk them for their stew. You can shear them, get the mushrooms off, milk them for the milk, and you can slaughter them for the beef and the leather. Technically, rabbits are also ranchable for food. Then we have things that you can technically ranch, but their drops aren't necessarily food related. There's the turtle. You get the scoot from it. There's the bees. You can get honey and honeycomb from them. but they ranch differently. There's now the Sniffler, and they are, I would call them ranchable. They are used for producing something. There's frogs, and the whole magma slime thing is a little bothersome for me, because that's really specific. Means you've got to get some frogs, you've got to lead them into the nether, or you've got to get some magma slimes, lead them from the nether through a portal, and then drop them into a frog. I don't... Is it just magma slimes, or can it just be regular slimes? Have I been misremembering this? Frog. From eating magma cubes. It has to be magma cubes. So what do they drop when they eat just a regular slime then? Nothing? On land, frogs will slowly wander, yada 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 yada. Occasionally they may croak and inflate their vocal. Yada yada. Feeding two frogs a slime ball causes them to breed. Frogs attack slimes, which drop slime balls when killed, obviously. Frogs also attack small magma cubes, leaving a frog-light block. That is so... How are you supposed to introduce the two in a vanilla game without just twisting the world sideways? Am I missing something? Do magma cubes also generate in the overworld? Do frogs generate in the nether? It doesn't seem like they would. Something feels a little weird about that. It works nice on servers where you can just buy a magma cube spawner and have frogs sitting under it. That's nice. But that doesn't seem like it works too well. It seems like frog lights are going to be some of the hardest things to get. Especially because you can't have water in the nether. So either you're going to have to bring the frogs to the nether or bring the magma cubes to the overworld. And that's going to be inconsistent either way with the magma cubes because there isn't a steady production of them. Magma cubes and frogs, it should be slimes. Just slimes in general. I understand why it's magma cubes to make the frog lights because, you know, made of fire, but something feels a little imbalanced there. I'm still going to keep frogs in with the ranching though, for simplicity's sake. Goats. There's the goat horns. You can get goat horns from the goats, up to 2, as I recall. A goat only has 2 horns to give. And it should be it for that. Anyway, now we have the function pets. Dog, cat, parrot, ocelot, axolotl. Ocelot and axolotl. Oh, I should also include LA in there. They are good for fighting or grabbing stuff. They are companion type things. Well, actually, are ocelots companions? Do they actually follow the player anymore? I know the cats would, but do ocelots do it? I'll have to look into that. Anyway, then we have stable type animals. So I should qualify this. These would be under the category of kennels. You keep these in kennels. This would be stables. Horse, donkey, camel, llama. And then it finishes off with panda and fox because I don't know how else to categorize them. The baby pandas can make slime balls, but that's not enough for me to put them in a ranch. The foxes only drop things that they spawn with, if they spawn with something, but they can't be like pets or anything. They will still run from the player, just like rabbits will. So it's... These two are their own category. Yes, I know there's also the Strider or whatever it's called from the Nether, but that kind of has to stay in the Nether to even be any use at all. But I will put that in here. I think it's called the Strider. That should be pretty much the whole list of animals, though. I think. So anyway, the keeping and tending of these animals is going to be strictly in the agricultural side of things. I'm not going to have that be commercial, with the exception of a public zoo. Once it becomes zoo, that will be a commercial thing that deals with animals, and that's the only one probably. So now, let's go back to what it wants for the dirt stage for commercial stuff. We have, for the dirt stage, we have a granary and a town center. Town center will become more as it goes along. Storage room in the town center. Food storage only. Non-food storage room. That is it for commercial. That's all they want. Okay. Wood stage. Oh, also, there's fishing. That's also part of agriculture. I don't think I mentioned fishing. Okay. The town center. I'll say settlement center. Well, immigration office, player office, one office per elder, and right now, during the dirt stage, there will be the 6 elders. One for well, agriculture, well, one for farming specifically, one for wood cutting, one for crafting, one for mining, one for, I don't remember, something else, and then there's also going to be the sheriff. So that would be 6 of the elders. A couple more elders get added during the wood stage, and then some more elders get added in preparation for magic and stuff. But for right now, there's going to be just 1 office per elder that exists now. We will have a council room. This says build a food bank, and that says build an item bank. We have that. Granary. Let's go arrow, food bank, and then town center storage will become item bank. Armory, oops. And infirmary. The town gets an infirmary here. The player gets an infirmary in the stone stage. Okay. Oh, bubbles. Okay. Make that purchase. Awesome. And now this is the most valuable one. Yes, yes. And then I just need to buy 4 more of that and I'll get that thing. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Making progress. Okay. Then this says old player house becomes tribulation tower. Then this will be food bank. I will say cafeteria, cafe, diner, pub, etc. That way people have a place to eat. Other community buildings have a well. Then it says build 2 to 4 additional. We'll see how that goes. Stone Stage. Residential. Dividing all this into the sections has made so many things so much easier for me to just look at and understand as an overall concept instead of having to go piece by piece and stage by stage. By doing this, I can just say, okay, this doesn't belong here because this already exists. This belongs over here. This one doesn't make any sense during this stage. This one doesn't even have a precursor. Let's make a precursor. I can actually finally do this thing that I've been wanting to do for a decade. I think my first blush with the Refugee to Regent challenge was in 2014. It had its first inklings. There were kingdom building challenges back then. And I think the first mention of Refugee to Regent was during 2014. So I am so glad I'm finally getting around to doing this, because without some sort of continuity, this challenge is a nightmare. Alright, click on that. That's clicked on, did that, dealt with that. Anything new over here? Yes, you collect that. Come back to the mine, collect the time. Collect this, get you started on that. No new mines or caves are open. Do I have any new... Ooh, I can upgrade some of the drones. Magnetic drone. Fuel usage lower, speed faster, more health. Yeah. Healing drone. I don't really use the healing drone. Gradually heals nearby drones after reaching its target location. Don't really use that. I don't want to spend any more points on that to upgrade it, but it is nice to have an upgrade. Sweet deal. Anything interesting happening down here? At the bottom, I am 171 kilometers below the surface. Or no, I am 1,203 kilometers below the surface. I'm 171 kilometers below the surface of the moon. Someone's under attack here. I don't really care. Okay, let's go back up to the top there. Check this. We have... just a little bit until I can make this next purchase on that. And then it's a matter of waiting for these. And it looks like the next thing that I need is 3 septillion. No, wait. It would be 5 sexillion. There we go. Got that upgrade. I get with this? Anything useful? Yes! I can finally afford this upgrade here. Sweet deal. Primary. Let's go purchase the pyramids. Boop. And then it will give the little animation. Ooh, look at that! That's actually kind of funny that they have the present visualization of the pyramids instead of how it would have looked back during the civilization, which would have been basically flat white. Let's see here. Anything new to do in space? I need to rank up Rigel. Can I do that? I need one more to finish ranking up Rigel. Very close. Let's go back to here so this stays on my screen. Click on that. Bring that back out. That's done. I'm just going to let this run for a bit. Okay. Back to the stone stage. This says build community center. This is going to be I will say town center, arrow, settlement center. And then I'll go settlement center, arrow. Oh, that's not an arrow. Arrow, community center. This says elders meeting room. Already there's a conference or a council room. I feel like that is the same thing. I will say expand council room, secretary. I have a storage room and bank. Library room. We need a separate conference room. We have an infirmary. Community workshop. I'm doing it like this so that the things that feel like they belong outside of the main community center can be their own subcategory. I don't need this line because there is no Tinker's construct. A lot of these say upgrade this, upgrade that. Let's go. Logging, building, town, mine, inn. Marketplace. I'm doing that as its own thing. And then it says 1 to 3 more. And this says building, try converting a room to a building from the dwelling page. Build 1 to 3 community buildings from the community buildings page. If you're having trouble finding something, try converting a room to a building from the dwellings page. Aha. Let's see here, 13 to 40. Run that. And now I'm still in the community buildings, but this is from another version. It says office suites. Guild offices get secretaries. New meeting room, we'll call that the conference room. Janitor's closet. That makes sense. Janitor. Security. Hall of Records. That's actually going to be very important. So having that early on does make sense. All right. Now I can sort of see what they want. Iron Village. Let's keep going. I would like to try to get this done tonight. It says upgrade. Upgrade. We will call council room is now mayor's office. It says build conference room. Already have one, thanks. Construct an office for each of the guild leaders. That was done stages ago. Workspace for village secretary. I'm going to call the village secretary village secretary. I'll call them the person who runs the Hall of Records. There is going to be a council room secretary, but I want the Hall of Records to have their own person. And they're going to be sort of the town historian as this goes along. Because I want to have a place in the game to keep track of the populations and all that kind of stuff. I hope there's an easy way for me to make written books. I don't want to be fishing squid eternally. Okay, logging center, have that. Right there. Hospital. Infirmary is now hospital. The school is being dealt with elsewise. But I will pull this out and put it in here. Blacksmith. That's new. Theater? Doesn't have to be a movie theater. It can be, you know, a stage for plays or any kind of entertainment. And then it says 3 more. Oh, and it also says 2 parks. Now this part wants office suite. We already have an office suite. We already have it. Boardroom. We'll call that the mayor's office. No. Ah, I see. The council room will be called the board room. Player office will be called mayor's office. Cafeteria already exists here. Expand the guild suite complex. This says second guard post. Oh, what did it do? Alright, this says... Oh, the marketplace, it didn't... I didn't write down how many stalls. Stone Hamlet. 3 shops. Iron Village. Now this says... Marketplace. If it starts with 3 shops, it feels like it feels like 3 more shops. It feels like it should grow about 3 shops per stage. And then as some of the shops seem like they would grow into fuller businesses, they'll get their own buildings. And then new shops will take their place. But it feels like having about 3 new shops each stage could work. And then I'll say, move some shops to their own buildings. There. And I will just do that for all of the stages from now on. That looks good. Iron Stage. Maybe Embassy. I might start an embassy during the Iron Stage. We'll see. Alright, Gold Stage. What do you want? Offices for Magic and Tech. Guild offices for Magic and Tech. District. Begin building an area in your city that focuses on one type of shop. Start making shop districts. Executive meeting room. We'll just say that that is what the boardroom is. Boardroom is now executive meeting room. And all of these, they say to build a new room. We have these rooms. We have them. If you need to make extra seating for a handful more people, fine. But you don't need to build a whole new room. It doesn't make any sense. New janitor office. Custodian. Sounds like a better thing. Alright, kitchen. Alright. Community Center is now called City Hall. Second cafeteria. I don't know why there would need to be two cafeterias. Maybe I've not worked at enough places that I would have the experience to know that there would be multiple cafeterias. It doesn't seem like there would be, though. I'll leave it penciled in. We'll see how it goes. How are things going on this? Boop, boop, boop. Let's see here. That would be... If I bought that, I am at 1.36. My goal is to get to 5. If I were to give myself a 20% increase at this point, then by the time I would get to 5, I would have surpassed the rate than if I were to leave it as it is now. So yes, buying all of those. Then we'll see how it goes later. All right. Okay. Hospital. 2 to 5 additional community buildings. We will go with City Museum. And I'm thinking the City Museum and the Hall of Records ought to be separate things. Museum security. Okay. Alright. We're getting there. Redstone Stage. Wait. Trophy room. Residential. Ah, personal estate stuff. Okay, yeah. Personal guard. Main butler, furnishings, yada yada, agriculture, yada yada, commercial. All right. Now this is, it's called the marketplace. I will also call it shopping district. From here on out. See, during this stage, it didn't say to expand the marketplace any, but during this stage, it says to expand it by 4 to 6. So if I average it out, then if I add 3 here, and then I add 3 here, that accounts for all 6. I think that's reasonable. Aha! Cartographer. Actually, I think because exploration is going to be kind of key to my gold stage, cartographer should go here. It says construct public library. Have you not been paying attention to what you're adding to your own requirements in previous stages? And blacksmith. Blacksmith? Oh, it says build an additional smelter. Okay. This is adding to it. Fine. But that says outright construct a public library. It's right here. My dude, it's in Stone Stage. Village center. Build an office for the shaman and the machinist. Bruh. We have... where did it go? Right here. Guild offices for magic and tech. Right there. Magic and tech. We'll call it shaman and machinist for findability. Already covered, my guy. That was literally the last stage. Expand the hospital. The hospital requirements are going to... I need to stay on top of that. But that is a subset that I can grow as I proceed. But it has certain rules like 1 bed per 3 population in capital and an additional bed for every 5 population in Outliers. I am also going to consider making multiple hospitals. Well, not consider, I'm going to have to make multiple hospitals. Alright, okay. That's 1350 there. Sweet. Anything interesting going on here? Hey, a new mine has opened up. We have... You can go there. And... you can go there. You... and you. Good start. Even if I forget that this screen exists, I will still get some materials out of these guys, provided they don't burn in lava. Cool? Yes, alright. Blacksmith, shopping center. Shopping center is shopping district. It says build another shop near the shop from the Iron Village. As in build another shopping district near the one from the Iron Village? I don't... Alright. And here again, build a public library. This is from the same author on the same page. construct a public library and build a public library. This is why this challenge is so frustrating. Reading all this stuff and trying to figure out what you need to do and when is a nightmare. So hopefully by going through all of this and figuring out what needs to happen when and making it sequential, I can actually have this whole challenge make sense to anyone. They can go, I don't have to think about what that means. I know that this means I need to build this, and I know this means I need to build this. How do I build it? That's up to me. But what do I build? Well, that's up to the dice, now isn't it? And then these 2 to 5 more, instead of randomly picking, I'm going to go through the different types of buildings and add requirements per stage, things that make perfect sense. And then I'm going to say, in some separate document, here's a list of types of buildings. And say, if any of these make sense to build during this stage, feel free to add them. But leaving it up to just random chance, 2 to 5 more buildings, and what do I build? Oh, I don't know. I'm just going to pick 2 things. Picking 2 things versus picking 5 things. And this is all on the same difficulty. That's a huge difference. Especially if you didn't, like, say you didn't have a hospital before now, and you're like, okay, I want to build a hospital. That's not something like building a blacksmith shop. That's a huge undertaking. Building a hospital, building a library, that sort of thing. Some of these are very minuscule, and some of the things that they ask you to build are just, here, have a whole district for this one building. And I want to be able to not have to worry about this guesswork. Instead, this part will say, if you feel like adding more, do so. This is where the guesswork can be. The guesswork can be in building little shops for the shopping district, not building whole new constructions. I want the whole new constructions to be solidified. I want them to make sense for the stage that is being built on and for everything else that is before and after and during. I want it all to be generally sequential. This is your capital city. What you build in your outliers, now those rules are going to be a little bit more wishy-washy. You don't necessarily need to have a city museum in your agricultural outlier. So the rules for the outliers are a little different. But your capital city, you should have, it shouldn't be nebulous about what you might want to be building from stage to stage. That's my input on that. Anyway, public library already dealt with. Technology, power generation, plumber's workshop. Plumber's workshop. That is more designed for the mods that have liquid storage. I don't think it makes sense for me to keep chests of like buckets of water and buckets of lava. It doesn't feel like that would be a useful thing. So I'm thinking for this part, it's going to just basically say, if you've got mods, build the tier 1 stuff for those mods, give them their own little buildings, and leave it at that. I will we'll say Tier 1 tech buildings. I'll say power, storage, generation. Really, that's all the minimum that needs to be there. I'll say other storage. Okay. So we're on the Redstone Stage. Lapis Stage here. A whole bunch of these say just keep up with population, keep up with population. Now this, the commercial, it says build 4 to 5 D6. So if you take an average 3, build 15 new stalls. Ooh, bubbles. Huh. I could have it be 1 new stall per tier. Here, 3 shops. Oops. Let's go 4 shops. 5. 6. 7. That would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That would be 10 more. That would put it almost on pace. And this is a district after all, so it makes sense that it would be growing over time. Some of these would be like flea market stalls or whatever. All right. And then this says 3 to 9 more buildings. Okay. Expand the district, singular district you started in the Gold City. You mean districts, plural? Aha! Sporting Arena Center. Now, it did have in the commercial sections for some of these stages mentions of like cart and rails and that sort of thing. I moved all that information down to transportation because that's really where it makes sense to be. Okay. Oh, I can afford a purchase over here. $13.50 is the cheapest. And how's it going over here on sell to singularity? I have 1.4. See, I'm already past where I was before. And now at this point, the unwelcome fungi are more valuable of a purchase for the amount of money that I have. But this here gives me 500% to the unwelcome fungi. I think, let's see here. That. Yeah, that's still, I would still be able to catch back up and get to 5 faster by buying that. So yes, cool. All right. Maybe when I do my full-on proper idle clicker extravaganza, I'll reserve a spot on the screen for a calculator to demonstrate what my reasoning is for some things. Okay, this says build 3 to 9 more. This says 2 to 5 more. This says 3 more. 1 to 3 more. 2 to 4 more. These numbers are all over the place. I'm going to make it scale. And it's okay if you build more of the same things. You can have multiple windmills. You can have multiple power generation. You can have multiple libraries. If your town is big enough, you can have multiple hospitals. It makes sense. Alright, so that's lapis. Moving on to glowstone. What are you asking of me in the glowstone stage? Commercial. Oh. This says suddenly build 2 inns or hotels. Yeah, actually. I need to have at least 1 inn per stage. New inn, hotel. And go like this. Copy, paste, 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 paste. Yeah. I absolutely need to have one, because there's going to be lots of people coming in and out. That. This is the only place where it mentions building an inn. That was in the stone stage, and now I'm all the way down here, a full 5 stages later. 3 if you use the more recent calculation, but still, this would be during the Lapis Metropolis, or whatever it's called, Lapis. Yeah, Lapis Metropolis for both of them. Because this doesn't have redstone, this doesn't have glowstone, it just simply has the Lapis Metropolis right there in the middle. The Lapis Metropolis is supposed to account for the redstone construction stuff and the glowstone going to the nether. No, there's too many things to do. But yeah, this makes perfect sense to add an inn during each stage. So thank you, glowstone stage, for that. I don't need to build 2. Build a national park. That's actually a great idea. When was the last time it asked me to do a park? Way back here in the iron stage. So if I go iron, gold, redstone, and then I could add another park here. Park. Now, the smaller parks aren't necessarily going to be, well, not even necessarily. They're absolutely not going to be anything like the national park. National park is going to have campsites and stuff. All right. Emerald Stage. What new stuff does it require me to add during the Emerald Stage? Emerald Stage. Ah. Villager Trading Hub. Oh. Huh. I'm sorry. Now, it has this crime in here. I'm going to move this down to here. Because the crime boss and all that kind of stuff, that belongs in the crime section. Merchant Master Estate, that's going to be its own thing. Merchant Trade Guild. I have the guild planned out. I have a whole section for well, here's the guilds, the actual guilds themselves, but the guild leaders are going to get their own information for what needs to be built and all that in the nobles and leaders sections. This page is, all of these pages are going to be restructured so that it fits the sequential thing. And what's on this page here is going to end up being my notes. But in order to make sense of it and not make too much work for myself right now, I'm just leaving it on the front page and I'll modify it there. But once this is all said and done, I'm going to make it as smooth and pretty as it can be with the information at hand so that players can just open it up and just go. Now this says a Wither Arena. I don't want that in town. I do not have a way to prevent withers from doing damage with my stuff. So I'm going to say no to the Wither Arena, at least in the overworld. There is something that I can do during the Emerald Stage, in fact, using not Simple Energy, Stardust Fragment, that I can craft this item where I just outright kill a wither. But I don't want that to happen in the overworld, at least in the middle of town. So I'll pass on that. Now this says 10 to 12 more buildings. Obviously, hospital, keep up with population. I'm going to, instead of just say keep up with population, I'm going to actually have some hard numbers to go with this. And I'm going to, the last pieces of population that I'm going to need to juggle around are going to be if my immigration and growth does not account for all the new jobs that get created in the commercial area, I will add just a few more immigration to account for the new jobs. But it feels like I'm getting plenty of population growth and it should be fine. Oh, I need to take a drink. Give me just a moment. There we go. All right. Yeah, the Merchant Guild is its own thing. This says you must win another star from a Wither to advance to the Diamond Capital. I believe I have moved the Wither requirement to the Lapis stage. Fortifications. No, that's the Elder Guardian. Redstone, is that it? Defeat the Wither, okay. So this is redundant. Alright, so nothing else really important there that needs to be included, but I am reminded obviously that I need to grow the hospital. I will just go ahead and say expand, add hospital, and staff. Copy. Infirmaries moved up to hospital. And I will do that. There we go. Alright, Emerald Stage. Done. Let's go to the Diamond Stage. There shouldn't be really anything information-wise on here. No, nothing. There's nothing in here. And that's another part of the reason why I'm doing this, because these are so vacant. And then the Nether Star, likewise. Nothing. Empty. Devoid. Bereft. And other synonyms. Okay. Wow. Alright, so that is that. Let me see. Community buildings. What are some good community building? Community buildings. Blah, 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 blah. Fa, fa, fa. Blacksmith shop, that's already covered. Armor, weaponsmith, cooper, barrel maker. Okay. I could say cooper, barrel maker. Smokehouse. I can start doing the smokehouse on Stone Stage, right? Smoker is... Hold on. Wiki. Smoker. is... That's just logs around... Yeah, I can start doing that on the stone stage. So, let's go with... Smokehouse. Goldsmith. And jeweler. Goldsmith. Jeweler. Tailor. I think the tailor should be sooner. I think a tailor should be, honestly, during the stone stage. No, iron stage, because you get to use iron for shears. So, let's go with tailor. We have restaurants and cafeterias. Those will crop up. I actually want to make a sort of a guideline for how many restaurants there are in an area based on population, and I'm sort of hammering out the details for that elsewhere, but I will put expand restaurants per stage, expand hospitals per stage, expand inns per stage. What else? What else? What else expands per stage? Expand shopping district per stage. What else? I'll think about it. A general store. I think a general store would work here. General store. I believe the flower shop would be best here. Flower shop, because during the gold stage you are required. It will be required before moving on to the rest. Before moving on to other dimensions, basically. You need to have explored and found all the things in the overworld. So, being able to have representation for all the flowers, this makes sense. And that includes the 2 sniffer flowers. Meat shop. Meat shop. That way it can be on par with that. Stables. Okay, we have butcher. Butcher is the meat shop. Baker, also similar, but I think I can put the baker here, because you don't actually have to cook the bread. If this was modded, you would. Alright. Butcher, baker, candlestick maker. Actually, you know what? That's very funny. But now, since this came out, they have added candles. So that actually perfectly makes sense. When would bees be normal? You would probably have found silk touch something by the iron stage to be able to get bee nest. So I'm going to say candle shop. Coffee shop. That's cute, but I'm looking for reasonable in-game not mod related. Salon, what would be the point? Spa, what would be the point right now? Art gallery? Art gallery makes some sense. I could put the art gallery. If I'm adding a park here, I could put the art gallery here. Art gallery. I do want to come up with a redstone-y kind of vibe. Let's see here. Military support buildings. Yeah, there's really not a lot of options. I'm going to have to make a more comprehensive list of what kinds of buildings there might be. Just go through, I don't know, a phone book or something. I don't know, something like that, and come up with a reasonable list of things that you would find in a city or town or whatever. And I will try to complete this a little bit better, and then add a slew of things to a list over here in a new list for the community buildings, so that players can just add. And then, haha, instead of saying 2 to 5 or 3 to 9 or whatever, I'm going to say after you build the minimum requirement buildings, roll a die. And that's how many new buildings you need to build in addition. And then, for each one of those buildings, roll a different die. And here's a list of stage-appropriate buildings that match that die roll. Build one of these, and build one of these, and then build one of these. And then you're done. That way, the minimum requirements are done. And then it'll say, if you want to add any more, have fun. But I do feel like adding because we are about to start venturing into other dimensions, I will say weaponsmith, armor smith, and wouldn't that be the same as an armorer? Huh. Because at this point, it's right after the gold stage. You've gotten diamond gear. It would make sense at this point to have shops that just have diamond gear. Now, for the marketplace, it can have things like, you know, potato stalls and fish markets and stuff like that. Exotic animals, I don't know. But that is players' decision to taste. I am going to think more on the progression, but I think 4, 5, 6, adding one additional one to the minimum requirements per stage is not unreasonable, especially considering the growth of the city itself. The district is going to have to be huge anyway. Yeah. I think that this is a good, solid foundation. I have honestly been dreading doing this, and getting this part done feels so good. Even if I don't find any new reasonable amounts of new fancy stuff to add during these 2 stages down here, which I will add more stuff. I feel like there is sensible growth. I feel like one thing does lead to another. I feel like the things that are added or expanded on are sequential. Obviously, I need to normalize this, the 1 to 3 more and all that kind of stuff. Let's see here. This says 2 parks. I'm going to just also add another park in the gold stage. And I'll add a park. Oh no, I have a park. Now, park, national park. And then park. Park. I think it makes sense to keep adding parks for each stage, especially having different themes added. So, new park per stage. I haven't thought of anything else that I need to add to the player estate. It seems like once you get to a certain point, it doesn't make any sense to be adding stuff to the estate unless it is mod or whatever driven. So I'm gonna play this one by ear for now, but it looks like I have a good foundation for what I need to do. So I think this is a great opportunity for me to go ahead and wrap things up. I have gotten so much done today. I'm very happy with the progress. I know that there is still plenty for me to do. At least it will be at least next weekend before I'm done with all the busy work for this. My intention is to begin streaming the challenge itself no later than the beginning of February. The same thing with the Skyrim things. I'm giving myself this extra month of just preparation. I am going to be working on, over the next couple weekends, the video for the announcements and the channel update and all that kind of stuff, and the 2,000 subscriber and all that. But I think as far as this project is done, I'm going at a decent enough pace. Because even when I'm not streaming it, this work, I am behind the scenes, I'm working on things. Obviously, you can see that from the spreadsheet, the program, and all that kind of stuff. But I'm not going to be focusing on writing the generator program until after I have everything figured out, what needs to happen when. That way it can just do kind of all of it at once. And then output it to, I don't know, an Excel spreadsheet? Something. Yeah, see, I could do a CSV. Comma separated variable sheet. That actually wouldn't be too bad. And by doing it that way, it can even have an outline format just embedded in it. That's not a bad idea. You can copy the CSV to a spreadsheet, and then if you don't want it in spreadsheet format, you can just copy everything that's in the spreadsheet to a notepad document, and it won't have the commas everywhere. It'll just be lots of tabs or spaces. That's not a bad idea. Huh. Okay. That makes my life a little simpler. I don't have to make some sort of dramatic GUI output thing. I'm just going to output it to a CSV file. That's perfect. Okay, anyway. yeah, like I said, I'm happy with the progress I've made today. I know that this isn't as idle clicker extravaganza-y as it could be if I were focusing on all 9 games at once. That is going to be in the future, but for right now I just needed to have something going so that I had you guys to talk to. You guys were my rubber duck, basically, so that I could figure out what I needed to do and where and when, and how, and you're just you're a compassionate ear, just listening to me ramble while I decide what needs to happen during the challenge. So, obviously, there's a little bit of fiddling around I do need to do for some of this. I need to get numbers in place, but yeah, I'm very happy. Thank you guys very much for your time and your company and your viewership and your subscribing and your following. I obviously am multi-streaming now, so if you're watching on Twitch, go subscribe to my YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, go follow me on Twitch. Let's see if I can get some numbers going over in the different places. I have yet to fill out there's a thing on the Twitch site where you can set up a streaming schedule. I have yet to fill that out, but I stream every Monday through Thursday, 7:30 p.m. to midnight my time. I'm Central, I'm St. Louis time. And then sometimes I will also stream on weekends, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, but that is much rarer. Primarily, it is just Monday through Thursday. Now that things are going to be opening up, though, and I won't have to be spending so much of my brain space on setting things up, I will probably also expand my regular streaming to include Fridays. But we'll see how that goes. I am tentatively, additionally, going to have an earlier in the day stream on Saturdays. That way I can potentially get rated by RGA when he's done with his streams and see if maybe I can get some eyeballs on my channel that way. We'll see. But until then, if you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, please leave them in the comment section. If you're on the YouTube comment section when this goes to VOD. If you like this video, please do give it a like. I appreciate it, and it does help. And if you haven't already, do please subscribe. I'm trying to get to now 3,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I'm just getting my toes wet here on Twitch. This is day number 2 of the new streaming for Twitch, and I am a brand new babby, and I need the sustenance. But that's basically it there. I have a Discord if you want to come hang out with us and lurk and chat and watch me do my post-stream stuff and all that. You can go follow my link in the description and pick a role, and you'll be able to hang out with us on Discord. And also, I have a couple of links to my Streamlabs and my Patreon, so that if you want to be more generous than just liking, subscribing, and telling your friends that you watch this nerd do this extraordinarily unnecessarily large projects, if you want to do more than that, which all of that's lovely, and you feel like hey, this guy's worth $1 or $1 a month or something like that, then I have a link to my Streamlabs for tipping directly and Patreon for a more ongoing thing. And very soon, fewer than, I would say probably within about a month or two, I should be getting my memberships and supers and whatever I'm going to do with the shopping available on YouTube. So that's kind of cool. I'm almost at that threshold. But yeah, I'm happy with today's progress. So thank you once again for watching. This has been Thorn of Night, trying to get my thoughts compiled in my work in order in preparation for a very large stream and video project called the Refugee to Regent Challenge that I will be doing on my channels over the course of probably the next couple of years, where I will be starting small and then building a kingdom. It's been a very lovely second day of 2024, and I will probably be setting up the Idle Clicker Extravaganza 9 game version, maybe for, if not next weekend, then maybe the weekend after that. We'll see. But it won't be all busy work from now on. It'll be actual gaming. Anyway, this has been Thorn of Night, and I will talk to you later.